Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba.
Spoon.
Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, kilibamba, 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 kilibamba.
Okay. Okay, folks, we want to say welcome to the program tonight. Spoon Talk is back um on your favorite platform. Of course, we live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV. We also live on Super TV, and if you search through YouTube, we live at Spoon Talk Live. We want to say welcome to the program. As you know, this is Liberia's most informative media platform. This is where you get authentic information about Liberia, all of the happenings. You get to have them right here on this platform. I'd like to say welcome again. My name is Nelson Colette. We encourage you to share the show in your different chat rooms, in your groups, as we get set and wait for the panelists to bring you a very fascinating conversation tonight. Let me say good evening to James. James, it's good to see you, man. My man, long time.
Yeah, yeah,
You muted.
yeah. Good evening, Nelson, and good evening to everyone. Good morning. How you doing? I'm doing great, bro. I've been following.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. My man, you growing beer now? No, I ain't Asian show.
Maybe, man.
CEO come for you. I know. As soon CEO come, you talk something about that beer.
He may likely not come on tonight.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
and that the Regency is also not coming on, but
Oh,
I'm sure of the rest of the guys coming.
oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So, but it's gonna be a great show tonight. There's never a dull moment on Spoon Talk, and I think that's why Liberians gather from across the world to join the show every time because there's always something great. There's always something new. There's always something fascinating to talk about, and this is just what this edition of the program is coming up with. Um, I'm used to Dr. Richardson starting the show, James.
Yeah, but Shania, so we're
So
not
most
over
times, yeah. So most times, most times when I start the show and I'm backstage, uh, I will just be watching sometimes in like 10, 15 minutes, uh, not minutes, in fact, 10, 15 seconds, you'll see Dr. Richardson will appear on the screen. I say, yeah, Dr. Richardson is here.
You know,
Um,
Dr. Richardson, from the very beginning on this show, I am yet to see anyone who respects time compared to Dr. Richardson. And she's really showing to us how the American people respect time. Not like us. When they tell us you come home by 11, we will start coming 11:30 or somehow. Yeah. And not just Dr. Richardson, right? Among the politicians also in Liberia, one person I really admire is Mr. Cummings. Dare you the
okay,
same Mr. Kumis having press conference by 2 o'clock, and then you plan to go there maybe around 1:45 or somehow traffic and he taking traffic into consideration.
consideration.
Kumis
Yeah.
is always there. If it is 1 o'clock, Kumis will be standing right there waiting for you people. I almost missed Kumi's press conference the last time when I was in Liberia. There was this press conference that needed us to have it live on Spoon on all of our platforms. And when they
Okay.
called me, yeah, I was like, I thought that CDC or Unity Party press conference because those are people who can really waste time. Don't go to Unity Party press conference when they tell you it is 1 o'clock. Sometimes 1 o'clock will be 2 o'clock, sometimes 3 o'clock, the same as CDC. But for Cummings, I got to that place. Mr. Cummings was
But,
just about to introduce the entire press conference. He's always in time,
wow.
always. I respect him for that. Cummings never missed time.
But James, how
Mhm.
how about ending in time? Because there are two sides to this thing. There are those who will start on time, but they will not end on time. They will go extra. and there are those who will not start on time and they will not end on time.
Cummins,
Can we also say that about maybe Mr.
Cummins
Cummings,
has
that
everything.
his press conferences will always end on time?
Yes, Cummins is
Though most
always.
times they don't attach an end time to the press conferences.
One thing about Mr. Cummins' press conferences, uh,
Okay.
these unnecessary noise are not always there. Like the CDC will come up with this
Wow.
unnecessary noise that will last for almost an hour. Just battle cry or unnecessary singing. These things are not always
Okay.
attached to Cummins' press conferences. Yeah, except it.
Okay, you need that. I will say Muya, Muya, and all these kinds of stuff.
Yeah, they are not always attached to Cummins' press conferences, except the party is doing their own thing. But when Mr. Cummins uh, is willing to talk, it's straight to the point, questions over, he's out. Yeah,
Wow.
there's a
TPP.
delay
Let
from
me put it
you,
that
Alan.
way.
So,
Yes, I
go ahead.
yeah. I said I too noticed that. I think there's a little bit of delay here, but it could be because of the network, and I think gradually will get settled. Yeah.
And Ambassador Parker and President George Weah, they have no respect for time. They get no respect for time. And again,
So, so I
and,
play is starting here today.
and again, one thing about I think the Boakai team will have to work on that thing during this campaign. Boakai press conferences are always low. I don't know, it's from the setting of their mark or whatever. Sometimes if you are attending their press conferences, you have to scream before you get what Boakai is saying. But for our man Joia, the Mexican our press conference before it be somehow. When he party says that they having press conference, yo sleep there. This and they carry that same thing in government. I think it was around 20, 2019 or 2021 when President Weah just took over. There was this UN program where the president was to attend, and we were there. This program was scheduled to take place around 2 o'clock. Guess what time the president came? The president arrived there around 4 o'clock. Oh, okay. I think Nelson has internet problem. Uh, he back?
Wow.
Hello?
But I'm
Yeah,
back.
the president came there around 4. Some of the delegates from UN,
Yeah.
they already left. They got angry about the time they
Yeah. Hello,
started
I'm
leaving.
back. James, you getting me?
Yeah, I'm okay. So go ahead and tell us what we have today and some of the things that are happening in the country or that happened today. Is that how many graduated with AA? Well, folks, I think our team there in Liberia has network problem. And as soon as we get Nelson back, we will continue. So, welcome. This is Spoon Talk, and it's going to be another fascinating edition tonight. The team will come here and talk about the issues that matter. My name is James Samuel Gude Flomo. And before we continue, let me say congratulations to one of our colleagues. We all work together. Chokon Flama, he graduated today from Deacon College with an AA degree. And Chokon, thank you so much. You know, we always laughing at him. It is his fourth AA degree, the fourth time he's getting it. So congratulations to you, Chokon. The boy, you're going from school to school getting AA. So Nelson will come back and give us the topic for today, specifically some of the things that happened in Liberia. I'm sorry today I did not follow in it. I was busy with other things, and I had to go to places and so forth. So Nelson will be telling us. But yesterday, we witnessed the naming ceremony. Mr. Cummings named his campaign team, and it means that the three top candidates now have campaign team. President Weah was the first to name his campaign team, followed by Ambassador Joseph Yumon Boakai, and then Cummings is the last top three to name his campaign team. So their teams are now ready. The 11 men are now on the field to campaign. Let's see how they're going to engage. But we are yet to really see forceful campaign from both Cummings and Boakai, but we have been seeing the president all over Maserado moving from place to place like a Jehovah Witness campaign. And I think that is a campaign that can also bring a result. There's something in politics called visibility. Visibility in politics is very important. That is, you as a candidate, you go to the people see you. The more they see you, the more they get encouraged. There are people who just want to see you. The moment they see you, they have that mind, they develop that love towards you. Yeah, welcome. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you, James. James,
Yes, I was just talking about the top three naming their campaign teams, and I said everything is now set. Both Barker and Cummings, I said they are now really visible, like the way we see the president all over in Maserado County from door to door, the Jehovah
yeah,
Witness campaign. I've been following him. He's been moving from district to
district
district.
to district, yeah,
Yeah, and I also talk about visibility in politics. They will always tell you in politics, one thing you have to work on is your visibility to the
yeah.
electorate. Yeah, you need to always be with them. You need to go to them. If you are not visible to the electorate, they may not vote you. Some may not support you because they want to see you. They want to know who they are going to vote for, and that has been lacking a little bit from both Cummings and Boakai since this. I'm not saying that they have not been doing it, but since the start of the campaign, the visibility aspect has been lacking a little bit. We have not been seeing them moving from district to district, county to county.
Yeah, and one thing I observe and I think is happening now is that um for Mr. Cummings, yes, the official opening of the campaign coincided with the passing of the national chairman of the party,
Yeah.
Senator Daniel Nitin, when he passed in India. So that in a way affected the way they may have planned to officially kickstart the campaign, talking about the CPP, that somehow affected, the way they intended going about it. But again, campaign is 2 months, and there is just a possibility of the CPP coming back so strong. And James, one thing to note here is that campaign is cost intensive. It's very expensive. So what most of those political parties will do, like we have so many political parties in the country right now, but so many of them are not really engaging the process yet, and maybe because they're taking into consideration the issue of cost. So what most of them will do is that they'll wait in the middle of the campaign period, maybe after the first 1 month, when it's getting heated, then they start to engage the process. Then at the end of the entire campaign period, that's when it gets very intensive and they are reaching all out. So yes, Mr. Cummings, is starting up a bit late comparing to what other major political parties have started doing. I think he's starting up a bit late. Yeah, and that could be because of the passing of the party's chairman. Now, in the case of Unity Party, I see a little bit of difference here, James. Unity Party, you remember this statement Senator Lawrence made when she said, you know, the population should relax. He already won. They will carry on the campaign. The population shouldn't bother himself. And I think that's happening gradually, like Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence is out there. You have Senator Kuhn out there. You have other stars of the Unity Party out there. Yes, I think the Unity Party is still making impact. They're still reaching out. Yes, they're still reaching out. It may not be Ambassador Barker himself out there or in the trenches, but the Unity Party is doing well with respect to visibility.
Yes,
Comparing if we were to compare that with other political parties that
yeah,
are just in Monrovia, Unity Party is doing well. Next to
yeah. So,
CDC,
I'm
with
coming
respect
right.
to the way people should get the campaign, Unity Party is doing well. I
Yes,
must say.
Nelson, I'm coming. The direction I'm coming from has to do with the candidate, right? It is not Senator Young.
Sorry, sorry. Yeah,
Okay. It is not Senator Youngbley who is on the ballot or
yeah,
those senators. We agreed they are taking a message to the people, and it is okay. But the visibility of the candidate that is on a ballot has a weight than the messenger. If Boakai sits in Monrovia, right? If Boakai sits in Monrovia, and then you have Senator Yombly, Senator Prince, Moyi, Senator Dillon, Senator, all of those who are on his campaign team, they go from house to house campaigning. You know what the Liberian people are going to be asking? But what the men are voting for? What play Boakai? And me, I want to see Boakai. I just want to see Boakai. What Boakai? We agree that he will voting for
yeah,
me. I just want to see him. I just want to see the paper and know him. You know, there are people stay in Liberia who have never seen Boakai. And there will be people in Liberia who will never see Boakai. But at least those electorates, Buckeye has to get out. Like the way you see the president in the rain, Buckeye need to get in our rain. Buckeye need to get in our sun to move from district to district, from county to county, to speak to his people. Nelson, 2 months is not a very long period of time in terms of political campaigning. Political campaigning has a lot to do in politics. To campaign, it means you have to encourage the people. You can't wait. They give
yeah,
you 2 months. You can't wait. They give you 2 months to campaign, right? You wait for the last time, maybe like 20 days to the end of campaign, and then you come out to have a big rally. People will come to your big rally, but that big rally is not what will make you to win. The time you talk to go to a community and speak to the people, those many groups that came around, they took the messages to the people. But
yeah,
if you just sit and say you're going to have your campaign launch and you get thousands of people coming up, they all come up. Yeah, those people will come up because it is an event. During an event, there are many people who will come that they are not in support of you. Some people they are less busy; they just want to come and make friends. They will be among you. You have your supporters who will vote for you. They will also attend, and
yeah.
people just standing back to just see. We saw that during the long rally.
Yeah,
The long
James,
rally.
let me just throw this one in quickly. Let me just throw this in quickly. Uh, I just got confirmation from the CEO that the chairman George Solo, will be coming
Mhm.
on tonight. So it's gonna be a firing edition of Moon Talk. Chairman George Solo.
Joey
Uh,
are dying the
on
show.
tonight. Eh?
Joey
No,
are
the
dying.
show will be fire. The show will be fire tonight.
Joey are
Tonight,
dying the
tonight,
show.
no, the show will be fire.
But I thought the CEO told me he coming on.
I beg you, yeah. The mail point easy, I let today.
He called me. He said, "I'm not coming on a show. You go there. I'm not coming there today. And that originally not coming." He said, "So you and Nelson, y'all go there. The team will come and join you."
That
Ah,
Rachel's in here commending you. You see that Rachel's in the comment section. She said, she
yeah.
said, she said she doesn't agree with James. Uh, uh, oh no, not the comment yet. She said she doesn't agree with you frequently, but today on by your own point, especially with what you were
No.
saying about the campaign issue.
No, but let's be frank, right? People, let me tell you something. Politics is deep, and uh, in Liberia, I think what people can be saying crowd politics is a very serious component of politics. from
James,
people.
imagine that the Richardson now agrees she supposed crowd politics because of the crowd that Mr. Cummings put out yesterday, James.
No. Let's be fair. Let's forget
I know
about
you
all of
will
the
come for me.
right? Let's forget about all of the jokes.
Uh,
Crowd in politics is very important. That is why politicians are taught to control the crowd, to speak in a way that will control the crowd. Politicians are
mhm,
taught how to speak when they speak for the crowd to move, when they speak for the crowd to go in their support. That is why you see politicians that say, I will be a role, I will send your children to school. All of those things are intended to maintain the crowd and to put them in line with you. Like that, you keep them going. But you get one man sitting out somewhere, he not going outside there. They say, Papa is sitting down will campaign for you at the end of the day. At the end of the day, are you a crowd? And I know people there, Senator Yemi not going. She's not on the ballot. Dylan not on the ballot. The next time they'll be on the ballot will be way in 2029. So if they said, let me tell you something, President Weah, you know why the president engaging the campaign? I said something the last time that the president is campaigning just like when you're in school, right? These things happen to us. When you're in school, you getting your lesson, you not get down, you just passing around, no time, no time to study. Then the teacher come out and say, okay, next week is final. Bro, you will be serious in that 1 week. You won't read all the book. You won't read all your notes at the end of the
and
day.
that time now you can't catch it.
That's why you can't take in nothing. You can't take in nothing. When I was in the third grade, my social study instructor told me, he showed me how to study. He told me every day you come from school, take your note and read at least a page or two and close. The next day, you read some again. He said, if you continue doing that, at the end of the day, time for test, you only review your note now. You already get some key points. But if you wait for exam and you say you study, you will memorize, but at the end of the day, you will not get a correct score you want to get. So that is what happened to the president. The men just going from place to place, bouncing in the ring, in the sun, But Barker and Cummings will have to step up. If they want to put out a serious fight, they have to step up. Liberian people are people who you cannot trust. There's this saying in Liberia, let the budget continue. Let the Oman continue. We saw it with Ellen in 2011. Ellen was not the favorite. But when election was coming closer, people started saying that she just complete what she started. We don't. You don't want to see that happening in George Weah case again. If you really want to put him out, you cannot sit and allow Weah to go out there and establish himself, and then in the middle of the game, you come on out to say you're going to break those ties, bro. People will go there. Yeah, they will tell you, "Papi, we will vote for you," but the tie has been built. It will be hard for you to overcome. So the Unity Party, they better forget about that, plan the social media things, and get in the field. And Cummings too will have to get in the field. And again, I'm not in Liberia, but I've been seeing uh, placards or posters. I see more of President Weah banner out there than the Unity Party and the CPP. I see more of we are. So you see, the president has strategy and they are working. People going to their working places or they're going to school, wherever they see the president picture, that alone, that's another form of campaigning. I see that all I see it in Liberia than the two other political
Yeah.
parties. So they have to work on that. That is called in propaganda. You call that beautiful propaganda. That is, you just put a president picture or you stick it. People will be coming to be. The more they see it, so now you can see the companies. They will put beautiful girls and things that will attract you. So the guys have to do it. The unity party, they should not say they forget about it. I said the same as CPP. They all have to get out and get on their feet. Don't wait. That the time, go ahead, Papa.
Yeah, James, you're right. You're right. The different political parties need to take this seriously. The campaign is not any joke. James, what do you expect from the show tonight? What do you expect? Chairman Solo is coming on tonight. What's the expectation for the Spoon Talk tonight?
Chairman Solo is not a pro we are support. He's not a pro we are. So coming on the show is going to be about we are. Yeah. He's not campaigning for we are to win election. So he's going to be here to tell you how it will be bad for you to re-elect President Weah. How President Weah has become a calamity for the nation, and how the Liberian people should redeem the
Oh,
nation.
you're reading the man's mind.
Those
You're
are things
reading his mind. So
that President Weah is
you're
a
afraid of Chairman.
calamity.
So you're afraid of George Soto.
No, I'm not afraid of him, but I know what oppositions will say. He used to be a pro Weah, but now he's not.
Have you asked your question why he's not supporting Weah? Have you asked yourself the question?
Yeah, because I was on the show when he came, he explained.
Exactly. So why he's not supporting Weah?
Yeah, he explained and said Weah is not the best option for the country. And
so if you can get Weah best friend, Weah brother for all these years, the man that ride and die with Weah, if he can tell you today, and he been telling you that Weah is not the best option for Liberia, wouldn't you believe it? Why can't you believe it? Put politics aside. This man that said that he and Weah changed his same clothes. The man said that he and Weah ate from the same. Everything they did it together, we can't name it because we are home. Because if I name it, maybe I will implicate other people. But you know that, James. And Liberians hearing us tonight, in all Boko, Nigeria, and everywhere, they know that. They know who George Soto is. I mean, people have to just understand how it is. It is why it is. When your own best friend saying no, you are not telling the truth. That's not what we signed up for. So let Liberian get himself up. Let it get ready. The former chairman, George Soto, is coming up. He's coming on the show. It's going to be a blast. I know we're going to have the rest of the guys joining us. But let's talk about Liberia, though. We shouldn't talk about James Goode Flomo driving Uber in Europe. We shouldn't talk about it.
I thought that
No, we shouldn't. James want me to talk about it, Nelson, but I would not. I would do no such thing. I am not going to.
What happened to Hilan? I think somebody called him.
Yeah. Sometimes a call, when call comes in, I can have him.
So someone will call you, that can happen.
Nah.
Yeah, but Nelson, to be frank with you, just solo. And again, yeah, sometimes when your best friend tell you something, like when I tell you, say, Chokon, Aaron, Nelson, they are like this, you will believe it, right? Because these are people who we've been together. Meaning that Chokon who get full AA.
So congratulations to the man. The man graduated today. Wait. No, the man first AA there. The man first AA.
That's not true.
But you see, it's not talk about the man Uber driving business. The man interfere with my internet. That's not right. That's not right. I'm sending you some information that you will put up here. Any people say that aren't true? Let's see who's saying the truth.
So does that somebody go to driving school
and they say they're not true. Let's see who's saying the truth, Nelson. Let me go for my man George Kolo.
Nelson, why he's sending the information to you? That's what we doing in Liberia, that we say we're driving, we're moving cars. So
we're not driving it. But you are here in Liberia. You didn't go to driving school.
Even you went to that driving school.
Listen, guys, I want you guys to get ready. You will come on the show because I want you guys to ask the former chairman George Soto what his thoughts about Liberia in this election. I want you guys to join us tonight in a very special way to question Chairman George Soto. I want you to look in his face and ask him. So we will share the link with you, a beautiful Saturday, quiet Saturday. And I want you guys to interact with the former CDC chairman, George Soto. It's important for you to come and interact with him. We gave him the show today. He will make his case to the Liberian people. And then you be the judge. You decide what you want to do. You decide. You should decide. And, And this is what we're talking about. But let's see, let James update us since he left Feasible, Lofa County, the man that about to drive in the white people land for the very first time, a Feasible man. While we get ready to wait for George Soto, I'm gonna put the thing up there. You scared of James? I'm not even hearing you. I'm not hearing you, Nelson. You talking to yourself?
It's upload. I'm uploading it. Almost there. Almost there.
Yeah, you gotta bring it up. Let the people see what James doing. And I'm gonna send you James' paid check. A paid stuff. Oh, we got a chairman. The chairman is ready. He's in the back. Nelson, you waste my time. I gotta bring the chairman on. We get all day here, man.
Almost here. Almost here. Almost here.
You trying to protect James? James not sending you
But,
anything. Do that thing.
but stand on your hello, good day, trying to. He's a psychologist now. He's a mind reader.
Good day trying to play like Kaka. He trying to play Kaka like with us.
But
And
guess what? Guess what? They have been taught Kaka Leka as a mean of maneuvering, and the new word they get for in Liberia is recalibration.
Yeah.
You understand?
But what have you been? Yeah.
And recalibration now simply means adaptation to the status quo.
Wow.
Versus the legs of ox who continue to be patriotic and revolutionary. And whenever you try to be factual, even with your proximity to people, you try to be factual, others take it to be an emotional approach. But who else is better placed to set in accountability and integrity on people you live with every day than us? And start on that's a patriotic duty that my integrity, my values don't go far from me. I stick with it, and I stick with it for a reason. Because as a man, you must stand for something. So good day, hello, Nelson. Stanton, hello.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Soto. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. It will be fascinating. I'm trying to do something new tonight. I want the people to come and ask you questions. It shouldn't be about me asking you. A lot of folks out there, they have heard of you, they have seen you on social media, but I want them to come to interact with you. So we'll share the link. And folks, if you come in to interact with the Chairman Soto, you will come, you ask your question, you make your comment.
Be respectful. I will be respectful. You get in a mode. I'm also a revolutionary. I have no problem getting dirty.
Georgie, let me start this thing. James, and Nelson. Nelson, stop going in and out. Come back. We need you to get the people ready. James, can you share the link?
His network.
Yeah, can you share the link, James? Let's get this thing started. We are ready. But Soto, give us your opinion, man. The election is but few weeks. If I mean few weeks in the term of less than 2 months away. Talk to us. Where are you?
Look, Stanton, the election is just a few weeks away. We have gone through 6 years of difficulties. Our economy is in the slumber. Our nation is practically close to the most dirty place I've been. Government officials are not going to work. They're going to Jamaica to please the king. The king himself is not going to work. He's staying at Jamaica, and when you're trusted here, people tell you, oh, chief, you're so fine. You say it's fine. And some of us have decided that very clearly we supported the revolution. We have been failed by the revolution. And a lot of people sitting to CDC headquarters will tell you today, campaign funding is not reaching them. They don't have pickups. They don't even have the voice because they have been emancipated for 6 years. When you conglomerate all of that, when you look at Lopa County, you look at Bond County, you look at Monserrado County, where Tyron Taylor has had as a stronghold. You look at Bombing, you look at Basso, you look at River G. When you start to break this thing down, it is mathematically impossible for the Congress for Democratic Change to represent anything in terms of it. We understand that, but we also understand what happens with the intransigent behavior of dictators. We understand that elections are monitored, but when you look at West Africa and the latest coup we had, you will understand that our sitting leaders have no respect for the Constitution. So this election is very critical to the Liberian people. I look at it as a patriot and as a revolutionary. I look at it from twofold. Actually enticing our people to get out to vote is the first one. And the second thing that I say no, and no political party, including the CDC when I was chairman, Bill had the capacity, sustain and maintain the capacity to protect their vote. This time around it's going to be done. We will protect our vote. And if anyone is contemplating cheating, my advice to you is think again. Because we will protect our vote with our lives and our blood.
So let's
And
talk
this
about
is no
that.
joke.
Let me, I want you to really explain to folks, and they are coming to ask you this question, how you intend to help the opposition protect their vote.
One, we have almost 300 iPads and 300 computers that is en route to Monrovia. All of our pool washers will be equipped to send immediate numbers. Number two, the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade will be out with me as one of the Supreme Commanders. I can name others, Jonathan Segbe, Yeke Koluba. We can go on and on who the Supreme Commanders are. You will see the manifesto and the listing. We have a tariff night where we will sit out all night, tabulating the vote and making it public to the Liberian people. Nothing is going to be new, nothing is going to be strange. That tabulation is going to be concurred with by the European Union, the US, and any other observer there. We will use critical infrastructure and systems to make sure we are communicating these numbers to our people. We'll tell you in Painesville, this is where to go sit and see the number. It will be live broadcast on Spoon FM and our local stations. If you are in Ghana, this is where to go. If you're in Nima, this is where to go. This is the website to go. Our vote is our right, is our future. We're not joking with it anymore. We will create an even voting space for all oppositions, meaning no intimidation. Meaning if you think you get 100 people, we get 2,000 people.
Georgie, your plan is great, but this you're talking about a lot of money over here, though.
Stand on. We have some. We have some. We will raise some. We have been begging for the last 4 months. We have some. How do we buy all of these things, these electronics to send? How did we put the brigade together? I stayed in Liberia for 5 months. I recruited the brigade leader in each county. People are volunteering on a regular basis. We'll use your medium. We'll use other mediums. If you have boni, if you get bag or red, you get half cup or red, give it to us. The value of our vote is important. Stanton will go all out. And with what we have, we're not looking at UP or opposition parties to support. Liberians are excited. I call South Dakota, North Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota, Minneapolis. Hundreds of people say, where do we send our contribution to sustain the vote? So this is not about an individual protecting the vote. This is us Liberians, Stanton, you, Gode, Nelson. We all have a responsibility to make sure Liberians vote freely, their votes are counted, and the winner is accepted into the incubation of the presidency. That's not going to be flawed. That's not going to be deterred by little minions who believe they can cheat.
I beg you, before I bring anyone on, I want us to enjoy ourselves for a few minutes. Folks, you can join us. Nelson, I've shared the link, but I want to squeeze Chairman Soto for a few minutes. Chairman, 15 countries. You say you're not doing this as a party, but the entire opposition. Let's just go to the fundamental. I came in, I cast my vote. Then what?
Firstly, you came in freely because you saw the Revolutionary Brigade there with the green insignia on them that allow you to walk in freely, to be enticed to leave your family, your home, and come and vote. So our first goal is to create that safe environment. Then you voted. Your vote is counted. People are there to get picture of your vote and to tabulate the vote who have been paid and are patriotic enough to stay with the numbers. So it's not just creating an environment for you to come in to vote. We create that environment. You come in, you vote. What happens to your vote? Your vote is tabled out. The numbers are sent to Spoon. The numbers are sent to BBC. They are sent to Global Network. It's just an iPad. You just press send. Those numbers are being tabled out and sent out to where we are having the tariff.
So I beg you. This is getting interesting, folks. We get precinct 1. I want to be very simple here, Georgie. I know you get this will be, you have studied this 5 months, you're in Liberia, you're moving from county to county, district to district, understanding this thing to put it in practical terms. Precinct 1, 20 voters arrive. 20. You have all political party observers. Now, they all 20, they cast their vote. You are telling us and you are telling the Liberian people tonight, you will have the fresh result of that 20. How many of them voted for UP? How many of them voted for CDC? You will have it before NEC announce it?
Yes, I will. Our system is more effective than NEC. It's on the ground. It's not being tabled.
Finish up.
It's not being tabled on the national level. It's been tabled on that precinct level. So at that precinct you're talking about, we have 25 votes. 20 appear. 5 did not come, or 5 were canceled out. That's 20 votes. In the past, in Liberia, you have the tendency to say, this is a precinct with 25 votes, but we have 2,000 votes out of there. No, we will send our results with the 20 votes. The 5 abstained votes and say this precinct is closed. Joseph Boyka got this. George Weah got this. Tawan Gonglo got this. Elliot Cumming got this. Our information is factual. It is out.
Wait, James. So look, I mean, is it accepted though? Will it be accepted by National Election Commission?
Is the coup in Niger accepted?
Oh, stop.
We are talking about revolutionizing the way we vote. I am not waiting for NEC. The Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade is not waiting for NEC to give us numbers. We have our pool washers. We have observers. We have registered voters at this precinct. How is it illegal for me to say 25 people were supposed to vote from here? 20 have voted. 5 were cast out as not correct vote. Maybe they voted for 2 people. They did not write it right. How will they say wrong as a Liberian for the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade to put out 15 votes for Joseph Boyka, 2 votes for George Weah, 1 vote for Tawan Gonglo, and so on? This is the 20 that were destined to vote here. The only thing you cannot do that gets into the realm of illegality is report the wrong numbers. You can report 1,000 votes for a precinct that have 500, but if you keep yourself within the confines of what needs to be reported and what is the truth, then what are we afraid of in the truth? If the truth is CDC are lost, they are lost. Pack up your bags, hold yourself accountable, start the audit process. Who needs to be held accountable for theft and corruption is held, and the nation move forward. Like Honorable Boyka said, and Honorable Dillon reiterated, no government official will be allowed to leave the Republic of Liberia until our result is validated and until the transitional team have had the chance to institute audit on each and every government agency. So the numbers are clear. You have precinct 2 is 500 people. We gave you the 500 numbers. We gave you the votes. We have the document. Our people in NEC, our pool washers are coming out with the numbers.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chairman. Folks are saying that they are right to say this, though. You are not announcing an official result. You are announcing a result that came to your camp, and you are allowed to do so, correct?
Yes, you are. But the result that comes to your camp, and what we have done, we have also connected with the EU and the US Observer and all of those people. And right now we are running them through our protocol to say, this is how we'll derive at our number. Is this acceptable to you? Yes, sir. You have your pool washers. We know each precinct. We know the number of voters. If your numbers correlate with the numbers given, yeah, we'll respect your values. And that's the conversation. No one is going to come from outside to protect the votes of Liberians. We're responsible for this. We've neglected this for too long. This election is too critical. We will protect our vote at all costs.
Let me announce, folks, you can listen to Premium FM 98.1, Premium FM 98.1 in Bon County, Lofa, Bapolu, and Nima County right now as we speak. Spoon Talk is live. I want the people of those counties to listen to the chairman, George Solo. Premium FM 98.1, where you will find Spoon Talk. When you are listening by way of your cell phone, turn your cell phone off, turn Premier FM 98.1 on. Right now, you are listening to Spoon Talk, where we have George Solo. Georgie, it is incredible. A lot of people embracing this. They're saying that's a real way to go. Now, let me bring in the guys to ask you some questions. We get all day, but less than 2 hours to go. Allow us. Gus Golagba Sewe, welcome to Spoon Talk. Ask Chairman Solo your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable CEO, and let me again extend my thanks and appreciation to Chairman George Solo. Chairman Solo, please consider me as one of those members from the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade, and so please include my name on the list.
Yeah, I'm writing it right now.
Okay.
As a Supreme Commander. As a Supreme Commander, 2-star and above.
Thank you. Thank you. I am one of the sponsor students of Senator Jeremiah Kwankum in the Turkish Republic of North Cyprus. And so we are going to protect our vote. And I'm happy when I heard you the first time you appear on Spoon that you are the leaders of the Revolutionary Vanguard to protect our vote. And I was trying to connect with you. Thank God that at least today I can connect with you. Consider me as one of those in that land. And we are in support of the mission to protect our vote. And we can say to the Liberian people for free that President Weah will be a one-term president, and we can encourage our people to vote number 2, vote Ambassador Joseph Iban Puaka and Senator Kun. My question to you, Mr. Chairman, when are you going to Liberia, and when are we going to start the recruitment process?
The work is being done now. I expect to be in Liberia next week. The brigade is being assembled, and the commitment has not changed. And like I said, I've been there for 5 months. I expect to be there next week. This is a national issue. If we will re-inherit the failed leadership of George Weah, let it be fair. If we will transition to the leadership of Honorable Boka and my brother Kun, let it be fair. But reason for the indulgence into the due diligence, into the creation of the brigade, and the whole concept about protecting the vote is to make sure that our people are not cheated. Having been a national chairman and having led these processes, oftentimes it's mostly in rhetorics. The votes are solicited. The population have determined their direction, what they want. But the political institutions, due to bureaucracy, due to whatever, does not have the ability to firstly create that free-flowing environment. Where I will say to you today, if one sedition get colors, we have 5 colors, our people will vote freely. Nobody will stop them. That's 1. 2, when the vote is done, even oftentimes when we proceed to the Supreme Court, how factual are we? What information do we have precinct by precinct on the cheating and the theft? And from my research, we do not. We go on radio, we speak rhetoric, we say we were cheated, we build our enthusiasm among our partisans, but we do not have facts. And that fact often leads to it being immaterial. But the criminal code of conduct established in governance, where is at a certain percentage, you cannot prove it, based on our own corrupt behavior and desire to stay in power, we will override it. That option in this election is gone with the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade. If we lose, we'll have our numbers. If we win, we'll have our numbers. And when we validate our numbers, it becomes easier for us to activate our people and say, we accept this based on our numbers, or we do not accept this. And you know the consequences of not accepting it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gus. It's good to have you. We'll see you around. Other folks got to join us. We don't want to crowd this, but we want to bring you guys in one at a time. We appreciate you, Mr. Selwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable CEO. Thank you very much.
Yep. Let me bring in Daniel. We'll do it one at a time. The folks want to interact with you, Chairman Soto. Let me bring in Daniel right quick. Daniel, welcome. Talk to Honorable George Solo.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much to Honorable Solo, and thanks to my brother Good Day for who are following this broadcast. Oh, I want to ask Mr. Solo a question. I hear him talk about uh he bringing in 300 tablets to help in the process. But we realize that our rural part of Liberia is like it's not connected to the internet, the rural part of Liberia. So how would that work in the rural part, like my hometown, Zone 2, Nima County, or places like Kidmore, where my mother is from, Kokpa district? How would that work there? Like sometimes the internet is very, very trouble on that side. How will it work? Thank you very much.
So internet connectivity is one thing. The ability to tabulate your numbers and lay it out in an Excel spreadsheet or anywhere that allows you, when you get to the closest location, or if someone have Wi-Fi and is sitting on a hill and share it, you can still send those numbers. Nothing related to infrastructure hampers this process. How do NEC get their numbers from those counties? It just takes them a whole day. But in Grand Jide, for example, you're sitting in Pelizon, you have your numbers. You might not have reception immediately at the precinct. You walk 2 minutes and you climb on a hill and you get Lone Star reception because the cell tower is right there. But if you're able, like we're building their capacity to table this out in an Excel format, as soon as you get reception, you fire it out. In fact, there are people standing right next to you with their car beating. As soon as you get those numbers, you transfer it to them, they're ready to run with it. You can do file sharing. You do not have to have internet. There are different models of technology now that impedes that whole conversation about connectivity to be able to transmit numbers. We have the intranet. We're building a system where you don't have to be online to be able to push your numbers. We have that in the US. We have that all over the world. It's connected one to another, and whenever you have the full internet, you pull it up. So there are different methodologies that we are employing that will enable us to have these numbers accurate. Now, I'm a pool washer. I come from a precinct that have 1,000 people, 1,700 JNP, this, that. Give me 10, 15 minutes, I'll get the numbers to you. I can communicate those numbers by phone. I can communicate those numbers by text. In 10 minutes, I can go and climb on a hill, get good reception, and press forward, and it's gone to you. So with the way technology and social media have graduated, I don't think we have that issue of connectivity anymore, my dear brother Daniel.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Real quick, we got to bring other folks. I'll give you the last question. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, thank you very much, Daniel. It's good to have you. You are always welcome. Thank you for following Spoon. Honorable Solo, the folks are saying 300. You have 15 counties. Your distribution of those tablets and the individuals working with you, how so?
300 iPads. I did not name the number of cell phones.
300 iPads. Okay.
iPads. I did not name the number of cell phone. I did not name the number of computers. Now, when you start to look at technology in Liberia, the number of computers is limited. It's based on county. iPad is based on precinct. Cell phone is based on precinct. So these are just methodology of transmission and not necessarily the full package. So when we say we're milling 300 days, 500 days, 1,000 days, the general inclusion is how do you transfer information through technology? And that gives us the capabilities, Stanton.
All right, Dr. Richardson is not on the show tonight, but she want me to ask you. Were you running for political office? Which office? If yes, what prevented you from not doing so?
Because this is how people personalize your agenda. And so I recalibrated and I said, no, this election is very important. Grand Jide County is just one of the few counties that have been misrepresented, abused, and misdirected based on their loyalty to the CDC. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to work in Grand Jide, but I'm not going to work for myself, Stanton. I'm going to work for the opposition to make sure that our votes are secure. So I've dropped my senatorial bid. I have no ministerial aspiration. In fact, I have a full-time job, which I excuse myself from on a regular basis to do this endeavor in Liberia. My goal is purely patriotic. I have not been promised appointments. I don't care for appointments. I want to make sure the Liberian people are represented through their votes. That's my goal.
Let me bring in Good Day. Good Day, your question.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. You spent 5 months in Liberia recently, right?
Yeah.
While you were in Liberia, I'm sorry, I was busy. I did not have that time to talk to you. I got information that you you met with the finance minister, Minister Samuel Tue, and the campaign procurement officer currently of the CDC, Mr. Sidiki. And the major purpose of your meeting.
Hold on 1 minute.
No, I'm here, Stan.
But you went blank.
No. I was just trying to get something done. I'm here. I'm listening
Okay,
to
all
Good
right,
Day.
Go ahead, Good Day. Go ahead, talk to us.
Yeah, and according to my source, then when you were in Liberia, the major reason of your meeting with Tua and Sidiki was for them to link you up with the president, subsequently for you to endorse him.
Oh, that's and God, that's untrue. It is a
Did you
fact.
did you
Yeah.
meet Tua?
Yes, I did meet Minister Tue. My time in Liberia, I did meet Minister Tue. I met with Mr. Cummings. I met with Mr. Boyka. I met with Mr. Kuhn. I met and spoke to Senator Johnson. For my level of participation in Liberian politics, it is very important that when I start such endeavor, that I reach across the aisle. My conversation with Minister Tue was simple. Georgie, what do we do to get you back? How do we need to and I'll reiterate the word, recalibrate, to make sure that the revolutionary presence of the likes of you are in the CDC. My direct response to him was, I'm on an evaluation process. There's nothing you can do that you have not done in the last 6 years. Now, let me elaborate. Why I'm also doing an assessment of Minister Tue and sitting there and listening to what he had to say. Stanton, if you recall the last time I was on the show, 3 things came from that conversation, and I don't know if it was the Guinness he was drinking or what, that we were drinking or what, but the conversation was free-flowing. 1, Spoon radio station is going to be closed because they are not pro-CDC. 2, Gloria Musu's card is going to go to JHMSO. We'll put the death of her daughter on her. And 3, come back, Chairman, let's do what we have to do, because we are going to take this thing whether we win or not. And my primary response to him was, you need to listen to the street. Now, this is a guy who I brought in as a grievance committee chair. This is a guy who was driving truck in the US. You should go and see. Part of my evaluation is not just conversation, it's observation. Go and see Samuel to a house on the highway. Go and see the pool that he doesn't have the ability to swim in. Go and see the multi-million-dollar mansion and see Liberian women and children outside of his house every day in the rain and sun, waiting for handout. Those are the things I was evaluating. I don't know what somebody else will evaluate, but for me to see that level of corruption, for me to see the level of arrogance where you have the audacity to tell me things before they happen, was enough for me. I met with Mr. Cummings. I met with Mr. Boyka. I met with Mr. Kuhn. I met with and spoke to General Johnson. So it's not hidden. I didn't go to Liberia to hide. I went to Liberia to meet with people, to understand the scenario on the ground. And I'm fine with any of those things being misrepresented. But it is my responsibility as a patriotic citizen to evaluate the major players on the ground before I come to a decision. Now, let me fast forward you. If I went to Liberia to declare for CDC, nobody closer to Joe we are than me. Nobody will get better reward going back to CDC than me. So why did I not declare? It's the question that people have to ask themselves. The opposition don't have money. Joe, we have all the resources of the state. The finance minister you're talking about that I sat with have all the resources of the state. And yet I'm here saying to you and protecting the opposition vote. So isn't that enough to
No,
validate?
I came up with that question, right? Because you're talking about meeting, how you call it, protecting the opposition's vote. And at the same time, this has been in a corridor that you requested to have a meeting with the president.
No, I
And
did not.
before meeting with Tua, I think you and Tua or the CDC were not in good terms.
No, it was a casual meet. It was a casual meet.
Okay, I thought
And
were you the
secondly,
one? You were the one who organized
no,
the
I did
meeting.
not. No, I did not. No, I did not. All my meetings were set on the basis of, oh, you are here. Do you have time to meet? I did not solicit any meeting. I'm just solo. All I have to do is go to Liberia and be there. I do not solicit meeting. Now, when somebody bring the day respect to say you requested meeting with the president, men who and myself live together, men who are propelled to the presidency, if I have to request meeting and I'm not a plebeian, no. If I want to see Joy we are today, I drive to Jamaica, which security will stay in front of me? You know how long I pay their bills for? That's not the conversation. I can see Joy we are anytime I want to see him. I can take off my shirt and stand in front of a car, he will stop. I don't solicit meeting with people based on relevance. No. I solicit meeting based on what you are able to talk to me about. Most of these meetings that we're talking about, they were created by second parties. And I'll tell you, like for Samuel 12, Sidiki Fofana called me and said, 12, I want to see you. I said, sure, it's my revolutionary comrade. I will hear what you have to say. So I'm not one who will sit in the vanguard for 6 years. What have I gotten from the Congress for Democratic Change in the last 6 years? What relevance do they have in terms of the way they treat our partisans and the masses? That I should go and solicit meeting, that. So you expect me to call Fina Bono, who are doing Lapa Bido in Rewa G, selling Kobo, to tell us, I want me president. We are there against me with a talk.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, while we are waiting the CEO to come in, let's talk about your engagement. Liberia.
I have one question.
Oh, okay. I should continue or you want to go?
Yeah, nursing fire for them, good day will come back to you. That you question looking long.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Chairman Solo, it's good having you on again. I want to say thank you for coming. But I want to know from you, sir, do you ever regret supporting the CDC, the contributions, and everything you made to CDC as an institution, even serving as chairman of the institution before? Do you at some point in time sit and just regret your time, your days, and everything spent supporting that institution?
No. When you look at the body of work done, I think in retrospect, what we stood for, the message to the masses, the desire to build the downtrodden, the desire to change the dimension of our society, it's a zest that I still have. I never regret those actions. It's almost like asking Julius Malema, did you regret joining the ANC? No. It was a revolution. I needed to participate. This was a vehicle. Do you sit down in retrospect and feel ashamed and regretful? Yes, we are all humans. We do, because when that revolution does not manifest itself as it was purported to be, when all of the values related to changing the country that you fought for, that you had sleepless nights for, that I missed basketball games, and Stanton will get this, hockey games, birthdays, because I was committed to that revolution. As a father, as a husband, I regret the time that I could have spent with my kids and be a better father. But I do not regret my engagement politically, because you know what? Even if not now, someone have to stand up, and one day Liberia has to change. This whole concept about leadership, where you are God, where you take the most, where the masses suffer on a daily and regular basis, where common people are stepped on, where the representation of the revolution takes a different shape as soon as power is assumed, is wrong. And I do not regret fighting against those things. And that's why I'm fighting against it now. How many brothers will wake up and say, despite the pain, if my brother is wrong, I will fight him. And President, we are going to call me anything you want to call me. I will always call him my brother. I'm a disappointed brother. I'm a disappointed Liberian. If we have to go all the way into the slums of Gibraltar, where when it rains, the water can reach to your knee, to get a president who is going to build houses, who is going to push girlfriends and loving relationships above the nation, who is going to entrust himself with the wealth of the nation, and if it's his, one man, one power. I'll be standing on the radio today telling you, I'm not with you, and you're not in the interest of the people. So anything you do, Nelson, in retrospect, you could do it better. We could have judged this character better. We could have held this character accountable better. We could have fortified the institution in a way where individual is not above the norm of the institution. And all of those we tried. Maybe we did not try hard enough. But do I sit in any state of regret as it comes to my mother, the Republic of Liberia? I do not. Pray, don't pray for fellow, I pray for long life. Long as I get long life, we'll get fellow. We'll keep fighting, the right president will come.
Let's, you know what? There's a lot to be discussed tonight, folks. I see you guys joining in. After we Shelton asks his question, we'll bring the other folks on. Again, you're going to engage with the chairman, George Solo. Shelton, Duo, your question for Mr. Solo.
Yeah, CEO, thank you for this opportunity, and thank to the other guys on the platform this afternoon. People Solo, good afternoon from my end.
Good afternoon, Shelton.
Yeah, actually, I just want to make a very brief remark. It's not actually a question. For me, the initiative you are taking on, Bibolo Solo, is very important because you see, CDC, they have failed already, but the only thing they are doing now is to make sure that they bring problem, that whenever somebody is coming for the right thing to be done, for them to stop them. Because Grand Gila, like you said, Grand Gila have been supporting CDC for so many times. But look at Grand Gila today. Grand Gila is one of the counties in Liberia that is underdeveloped. So for you to bring such an idea, because voting is one thing and getting a result is another thing. So I think the most important thing that every Liberian can be proud of is to protect our vote. So for me, whatever way you are trying to do, my only hope and prayer is for you to do the best thing so that the vote cannot be stolen by CDC. Because this is my very first time to see a ruling position or ruling party, campaigning more than
So briefly,
opposition.
Duo, briefly,
So-
please. You say
Yeah, so to conclude, I just want to say thanks for this special initiative that you are carrying on so that the vote can be protected. So I don't have any
Yeah,
question.
yes, Duo, that has been our issues. And like you said, Grand Gila County, scenario number one, misrepresentation in government after 98% loyalty vote. Number two, the removal of Samuel Dawson, appointed by Ellen at the Freeport of Monrovia as a consultant by this we are government. Number three, even the ECOWAS ruling for Madame Doe, our sister from our county, of 14 million have been ignored. Her properties are still confiscated. And the disrespect melted on our people. Madame Doe called me when she went to George Weah House and stayed there for over 8 hours and could not see him on her son issue. And when he came out, only to say, oh, when the people accuse me of loving the mommy, you don't say nothing, so I can't do nothing. I take the job from him. All of those things, my own treatment by the Congress for Democratic Change, in which President we have personally told me that, my man, you stay my friend. Ellen say you stay with CDC, didn't want crown people around who can't win. All of those things tells me that Grand Jide County must wake up. The loyalty of the president is represented by what you get in development. It's what you get in sustainability. It's how you educate your children. It's how you send them to hospital. It's how you send them to school. It's not based on 1920 loyalty where you say Samuel Doe made him play football. Samuel Doe made him play football. What recompense have Samuel Doe family had from him? Go to George Weah last 200 speeches. When was Samuel Doe name mentioned? When was a crown man even relevant in the Congress for Democratic Change? So it all comes down to the fact we have to be real. We have to evaluate these things from a now perspective and not a yesterday perspective. Our nation is more important than the love and one relationship that our former leader had with someone. You know, it's like, you know, on the show the other day, somebody was saying, oh, how can George Solo be a crown man support a Gio man? A Gio man, a Mano man is not outside of Liberia. He's a Liberian just like me. 25, 30 years ago, anything that perpetuated the war, my mother always told me, one hand can make noise. One hand can make flour. It takes the two hands. We, the crown people from Grand Jide, must take responsibility. We ask our brothers to take responsibility, but we are cousins. We are Dodi. At what point do we move forward in the interest of the nation? And so when you have naive people say, oh, you crown man, you say, no, I'm supporting the supreme interest of Mother Liberia. And just like you said, at what point is our vote, is our advocacy in the interest of Liberia above the interest of our tribe? And I'll leave you at that.
Very, very interesting. Want to say thank you very much, Shetan Duo. Again, it's good to have you on Spoon. I know you'll be watching. These are some of the things that we need to talk about, though. You make mention of Nessie Doe. You a crown man from Grand Jide. Nessie Doe, First Lady, former First Lady. Nessie Doe, we understand, came from the grassroots. But I want you to just help us understand. She met President Weah after waiting for 8 hours. Maybe people don't know the story. Then what?
Then he told her very clearly, when people accused me here in 2005, loving to your daughter, mommy, your family never said anything. So your son, I took the job from him. I can't do nothing about it. And he turned his back on our mother. And that was it.
Grand Jideans know about this? Do you think?
Well, we have told them. We have told them, and I'm stating in this public format, and I'm telling you. And if we have to go to facts, go back to the records. Samuel Doe Jr. was appointed by Madam Salif as a consultant at the MPA. Immediately, George Weah took over. He doesn't have that position anymore.
Is that one of the reason? I'm sorry. Is that one of the reasons why he took him out? Like because they accused him.
Well, the government have given no other reason. I know about Doe Jr. competence. I know about his education. I know about his ability. So no reason was given. The general assumption is
he still in Liberia? Is Mr. Doe Jr. still in Liberia?
Last I spoke to him, he was in the UK. He have the opportunity to travel up and down. So thank God he's not committed to George Weah idiocy like other people. He can move up and about.
I have 3 of our followers saying that the government offered him a job, but he later refused.
I did not see the offer. And as a sound intellectual man who sits with multiple degrees, there's a reason why he refused the offer. Either the offer was presented in disrespect or it did not represent his level of professionalism. I cannot speak to that. If an offer was made, it was made to him. But the fact that it was rejected indicate what I'm further saying, that there's a discontent.
Do you think at the end of the day, this Doe and Nessie Doe and Doe Jr. situation will have a serious impact on President Weah from Grand Jide?
I think it already has. I think whether he meant fences or not, I think the Crown people, including me, feel highly disrespected, feel a high level of ingrate actions from President Weah. And for a party that supported you, for a county that supported you in the 90th percentile, where you receive nothing like that in Liberia. If you look at our roads, if you look at our development initiatives, if you look at the proportion of the county in representation in governance, if you look at the appointments being made there and the ability to affect the county, and we are disappointed. I'm disappointed. Peter Solo is disappointed. Chris Bailey is disappointed, former superintendent. Ellis Grant is disappointed. We are all disappointed. We are disappointed in the reflection of our effort. We are disappointed in the reflection of our assumption in helping make our county and Liberia better. We are disappointed in the government. I mean, the disappointment go across Grand Jida County. I was there for 5 months. Now, everywhere, in every state and in every town, you have the we additions. I'm not reading, I'm not asking questions, I'm just for we are for life. We don't eradicate those numbers. We don't discount them as members of the county, but that number is gradually reducing on
Can I, before we bring in another person, or James or Nelson ask the question, look at your current, one of your current senator. He's still defending and supporting President Weah. What say you concerning what's the Grand Jida senator name?
Zopeno?
Zopeno, yes, sir.
Well, I don't need to say much. Mr. Peno IQ is not high enough to evaluate anyone. We all know Mr. Peno educational criteria. We all know how he operated as a senator. We talk about this transporting of votes, moving people from point A to point B. We talk about the presence of Grand Jida in the Senate. Now, I would like you to show me or have people come on this show and account for the senator speaking in the Senate, articulating, voting rightly. Our senator is basically a say one, say all. So I don't expect his dismal performance in the House or Senate to transform into a bigger performance in the county. The county people know how was Zoe elected. Put a bunch of money in the back of your car trunk, come and hand it out to people. This is part of what we're talking about that bothers our politics. The representation must be the voice, the value, the feeling, and the ethics of the people on the ground. This is what transporting voters does. This is what abusing the Constitution and the electoral process does. You have a senator who barely represents Grand Jida County. You go to Grand Jida County now, you cannot show any landmark development, infrastructure development, educational, healthcare, otherwise development. You cannot show anything changing in Grand Jida County. Yet we have 2 senators sitting in Monrovia. What are they sitting for? They're sitting for their envelopes. But Grand Jida is not unique in this case, Stanton. There are many counties in Liberia. There are many representatives who are working for one district, example, Tomofala, and running in another district. How do you commit those people that you sign up for? If all of your effort is somewhere else, resign and go there. How do you represent a people as a senator? You can't speak in chamber. You have no views. As Senator Pena, he called me. He said, Joshua, when it comes to education and intellect, I will say you number one. When it comes to politics, I know plenty. I say you're wrong. You cannot know politics when you're not intellectual or educated. The fabric of politics, the movement of politics require intelligence. You cannot have a low IQ and represent the people of Grand Jida County. It's the same thing. So go back to the records. How many times Senator Pena spoke? What issues he spoke on? How does he represent Grand Jida? Where's our county development fund? How have we received the necessary accommodation from government? Ask Senator Pena, if he can answer those things, I rest my case.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Chairman Josh Solo. He will be back. He will be back.
I'm on the line, Stan.
I know. When you get back, I will bring in our brother Al Hussein Fadika. Fadika, though, before we get to Joji, a lot of people saying, wow. Look at Ellen Kapoor. She said, wow. Very smart man and fearless. Sheikh King saying. A lot of people giving good credence to what Georgie is saying. Fadiga, you have heard George Soto speaking before, but this thing is getting in the trenches right now. He's coming out fearlessly to make the case. Let's talk about Grand Judah. And I want to ask him also, before you come in, let's have this conversation because he will soon be joining us. I want to ask Chairman Soto also about the president, brother-in-law, just enriching himself from that era in Grand Judah, mining the golds and diamonds and other resources. What's the stake? But talk to me, and then you can post your question to Chairman Soto.
Well, I just had a newfound respect for Chairman Solo. One of the things I've been following for some time, he says something that I wish a lot of Grand Judah would have done long time. And I had a conversation, it was a private conversation with a gentleman, and I said, one thing we did not learn from the Civil War is that few individuals that are belly-driven, just for their own aggrandizement, will plunge an entire region, an entire county or tribe into problem, and then everybody just prejudice the entire tribe. Even when the late former president was in power, it's not everybody from Grand Judah that benefited, and that is not unique to him. But people tend to tribalize things. People tend to make it one-sided. I cannot understand why Grand Judah will still support President Weah. He has not done nothing for the county in particular. He has not done nothing for the country as a whole. But I don't know why people keep supporting him, and people make it seem like he's an extension of Samuel Doe. I know he was loved by the former president, but I can't understand that. But he, Chairman Solo says something I wanted to remind.
Sorry to interrupt you. You got somebody in your back. Can they reposition themselves?
Can you yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Continue, sir.
Chairman Solo says something about the late I think Samuel Doe Jr. I remember 2017 he supported Boyka, and that could have been one of the reasons he supported Ambassador Boyka during the 2017 election, and that could be one of his something. But George, people see.
Oh, that's the reason why you think they fired him?
I think so. I know he supported Boyka.
Okay.
Probably you Chairman Soto missed that, but in addition to what you said, he supported Ambassador Boyka 2017. We're not hearing you.
No, you're good. I'm shaking my head. I said,
wow.
No,
Chairman Soto I was not hearing him.
No. I did not miss that. And it's a great point that you make. Right? I did not miss that. The point here is when you look at the relationship, had it not been for Samuel Kanyando, George Weah would not have left the shores of Liberia. Even when he went to Cameroon and he played for Tonnerre, being a first-hand person to the story, when his transfer was in the middle of Carton Cape, where the money air, the president made a personal call to President Paul. Yeah.
Wow.
And he said, my son is in your country, he's playing for Tonnerre. The French people want him. If there's anything you can do for me, Mr. President, and I'm quoting this from George Weah's mouth. He told me, President Doe, call President Biya and say, anything you can do for my son, my citizen, he has to go to France. Paul Biya intervened. And the night after, George Weah was on a flight to Monaco. Let's fast forward. Samuel Doe Jr. has his own political ambition. He's sitting in Monrovia. There's no reflection of a relationship with you. There's nothing. And he said, you know what? I will support this person of my choice. How does that negate the work, the sacrifice, and the value that the father did for him? Do you know that Nancy Doe was sitting in Liberia under Charles Taylor, who brought war on Doe? And she was being compensated on a monthly basis as the former first lady. Do you know that under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who was imposed Take by Samuel Doe, his son got a job? How do you reconcile the boy from West Point, or the old man boy, first football boost for, where he get land and car, where he sent out of the country to build a career? How do you reconcile that same son of the former president not included when you are in leadership? Now let's fast forward. The whole family has no say, no right, no monopoly to child. But what about the other grandchildrens? What about people who supported you 90-something% based on their knowledge of your interaction with one of their greatest sons who was president of Liberia? Grandchildren
Unmute
have
yourself, Hussein. We're not hearing you.
All right, yeah. So
I'm sorry, Soto. Hussein,
Chairman Solo, I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask.
Mhm.
If anybody know President Weah is you, and maybe I haven't said this, but I would say this publicly. I have advised several campaigns that if anybody should be on the campaign trail, it's George Soto. If you ask some of those people, almost all the campaign that I've talked to, I said this man, if you want to get into the circuit of Ambassador or President Weah, you need George Soto by your side. This is only one person that understands the man, know how he's think, and you should be able to. I mean, you can make any plan from that. My first question is this: if I know George Weah has screwed on so many fronts, if you were advising him today, as you were powerful, one of the most powerful men at one point in the CDC, what do you think he could do differently, or he would have done differently to change the whole scenario that we are seeing? That's my first question.
Yeah, to answer your first question is, politics have season. And one of the things about football that we're all familiar with, when the transfer window is closed, you can't buy players, right? If I had advised him 6 months ago, it'll be to recalibrate, get back to the masses, stop the stealing, stop the looting, stop the corruption. Look, money, you can only sleep in one room at night. You can only drive one car every time you go somewhere. You don't need this extravagance. You don't need to build these mansions. You don't need to steal from our people to the point where our mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers cannot find it to eat. You really do not need that. You're one of the kids who were blessed by God from the shores of Gibraltar to make money very early. You slept in a great hotel. You know what a comfortable hotel bed looks like. You know what sustaining a family looks like. Our goal was for you to extend that to all Liberians. Secondly, which government have you aware of in recent, both in Africa or in the West, where you maintain your government for 6 years? No fresh brain, no cabinet restructure, no new infusion of ideas, processes, and policies to help change the place, right? As you start to navigate all of these things, look at the executive mansion. Who goes to work? Ministers do not go to work, they go to Jamaica. Because if you don't go there for 2 days, they start gossiping about you, the president won't move you. So the things that we expected, your knowledge of European life, of Western life, you've seen the light. You came back and you turned off our light and put us in darkness. That's evil. That's wickedness. If I would talk to George Weah today, I would say in the interest of yourself, your family, your future, and your own life and safety, you will lose. Mathematically, it's impossible for you to win. The question on your integrity now is, are you willing to lose as a man, or are you going to compel us to move on you like we have moved on other people? Because you cannot win election, we the Liberians do not want you. I walk in the market, I ride motorbike, I'm close to you, I'm your brother, and I'm telling you, leave our nation alone. We'll find a way, we'll find a hole, we'll find a digger, we'll find a pin, we'll build Liberia. But if you are insistent and you challenge the will of the people, the outcome will be devastating. There is no redemption. You can offend the father, you are forgiven. You can offend the son, he might be kind. When you offend the Holy Spirit, there's no way out.
To my second question.
Wait. I didn't know this guy was a prophet. There's no way on. Go ahead, ask a question. I like that line.
So we understand the Holy Spirit. Our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, we ourselves who work abroad, go to MoneyGram, go look at Sandwave. People wake up in the morning, they cannot pay their rent. You know, I get friends who can leave the house 4 o'clock because the landlord will bring a chair us at 6 o'clock. You want for him to see that. You know what time they'll come back? You know that school coming open, kids don't even have the first copy book. Kindergarten, 3rd grade and 4th grade, like bro, graduating now, the teacher then they're finding way to eat. People working in government are not taking pay for 8 months. The transportation to go to work is more than the money they bring in home. They may have offended the Holy Spirit, the very fabric of our society. No advice. No advice. If Jesus said him to see Joe we are right now, you will tell him, say, the way of the Father be done. He can't assure Joe we are anything.
I know we'll have a second round. I got
go ahead. Ask your question. We are not many, except James got a question. Go ahead.
But before we even get into President Weah, I know you are one of his right-hand men. I want you to walk out into what really happened. I know I've seen you on a couple of media before. The last, I think one of your greatest interview, I don't know, but I thought Ashford stopped you at that time and he disrupted you actually. He didn't want you to talk. But one of your best interview, and I've been following you, that you did was with Ashford a couple of years ago. I don't know how many years, but you did it with Ashford Galley a couple of years ago. But for people that don't know, I just want you to walk out through what broke that relationship with you, Ambassador Boyka.
My goal was to build an institution. When you hear Amanda Awetu, Aluta Continua, we model ourselves as national chairman. I model the organization after the African National Congress, fighting for the rights of the people, advocating for our people. Now, like Julius Malema said, these people are not estranged relatives. These are your mother, your father, your brothers, your cousins, your friends. There are members, including George Weah, within the Congress for Democratic Change that was desire on building a monarchy. A monarchy is where you have the king. The next in line is the son of the king with or without merit. The entire nation is at the behest of the king. And I said intellectually, no. We must build an institution. We must build policy and processes. We must have a mantra. If we are fighting on behalf of the people, our fight should reflect the rights and privileges of the people. And Ambassador Weah and Mr. Koji and Mr. Mori and one or two of them other than thought that, no, everything has elite. And the elite must benefit from the spoils of the effort of the ordinary people. And I fundamentally disagree with that. And that just grew and grew and grew and led into bigger disappointment, because the reality is, if you are building a revolution and the revolution is in the interest of the people, you must represent the interests of the people. So how does a big car represent the interests of the people who can afford to eat? How does the $1 million mansions you are building represent the interests of the people? How does taking millions of dollars to go and watch your son play in a World Cup for another nation where Liberia is not represented? We don't even get to African Cup of Nation qualification before you say World Cup. Our stadium is banned. Yet you have the audacity to take 48 people and go to Qatar to watch your son. When the president of the US, Joe Biden, was watching his national team from the White House and doing his work. How do you justify the money given to his wife? How do you justify his wife, brothers running all the gold and diamond mines in Liberia and exploiting our people on a day-to-day basis? No. Stanton, good day. Alassane, I will challenge each and any one of you when you take that path. I will challenge my biological brother when you take that path. I will challenge my own father and dispose of my name. Thank God he's dead and he stood the ground until he died. I will do that if you alleviate yourself from the basics. So, when you ask me in retrospect, Joy Weir is like a damn Bill Cosby. He's a good actor. Because none of the fundamentals we stood for, none of the values we articulated, from war crime code to fight against. You think Joy Weir have the audacity now to hold Ellen accountable? You 10 times more corrupt than Madame Salif.
So tell us a little bit about Koji. I mean, Koji, he was a very young man. Why is he so powerful in the CDC? What did he do to be this powerful?
Koji grew up on a tutelage.
I mean, yeah, we saw that.
You know why he's powerful? When you have a leader without a conscience. The little people around you, from the people who serve you food to the people who go and do ritualistic killing or whatever for you, you think you have control on them. But that's the synchronization of power. The more people go against the Constitution and go against the laws, and you think they are doing it for you, they have evidences on you. Because the day you will live for your rap on Koji, you will say, I will tell everything I know. Fundamentally, Joy Weir is afraid of Koji. The kid knows too much.
Do you know some of those things?
Well, you know, if we go back to revolutionary days, like Che Guevara said, we will incriminate ourselves. Because through a revolution, some of your actions in defense of the people is not necessarily legal. So
I'm sorry, Chairman. And let me bring in, we got two of our folks in the back. Let me bring them in because I know Fadiga and myself will squeeze you all night with this question. It is important. But let me bring in Estonek, Legend Z. He will pronounce his last name, man. I'm not going to destroy this man's last name.
Stanton, how you doing, my dear brother?
Yes, good evening, sir. Good evening. We have Chairman Soro. Your question.
That name was coined, and it's Elston, the legend Diesel. I was given that name by Augustine Hammerberg, a famous journalist in Liberia. Everyone knows him. So I want to say hi to Tosolo. And there's a lot of familiarity on the stage. Me and this guy, Fadiga, who went to Liberia College of Technology together. I did mass communication, and I have a degree in mass com. I used to work on the radio. I used to do sports on radio. And
so your question for Chairman Solo now. He's listening to you.
So, Josh Solo, is my greatest pleasure to interact with you on this platform. I'm a person of intuition. The first time I saw you on the spoon propounding, I just talked to you. There's something about you that is very likable, and you're a very articulate Liberian. Liberia needs you. You're very marketable. So my question to you is, having seen all of this, and looking at people like Jefferson Koji, we all know the reality. He's not the most eloquent person. If he can still be functioning and making it in Liberia as a city mayor of our country's capital, what so grave that Samuel Doe's son did that George Weah could not retain him, it should tell the people of Grange there's something. So you now knowing all of this, and you've brought a lot of enlightenment to our Liberian people. What is your own position today? Are you leaning towards opposition? Are you considering to some extent reuniting with the CDC? The Liberian people need you, so I want you to really be upfront with your answer to me.
Legend Diesel, you know how you sound? When we're playing ball, I'll put you on the number 7 wing.
Cross it.
Yeah, me hold volley and dribble.
That's my whole area.
Yeah, I know. I've been reading from the draft, but let's get back to the basics of the politics you're talking about. And one of the things you highlighted was the competence. And when you look at the Samuel Doe issue, the reason that some of us believe that it's personal, and when you look at the George Solo issue, when you look at the Grand Jida issue, the reason we believe it's personal is if you evaluate those people curriculum vitae, vis-a-vis, some of the people George Weah have in his government are only because they are females. Sorry, I don't want to be gender specific. And it's because of their relationship with him. If you do a real quote-unquote professional competency evaluation, the job that Ellen gave to Samuel Doe Jr., and even higher, based on his education and experience, is acceptable. When you look at the jobs that's been given to people, let me give you an example. Okay, who hand a hell and carrying the truck, we are here lazy now, where all of the criminal conversation is coming from. Who doesn't go to work, who stay besides the president every day? He's not more qualified than Samuel Doe. Emmanuel Porter, Minister of State with all portfolio, is not more qualified than Samuel Doe. Safar Gray to Noka, his girlfriend, Mawani Dix to Commerce, his girlfriend, they are not even close to qualification in Samuel Doe Jr. So the justification for why someone is exempted from government cannot be tribal. It cannot be historical. It has to be based on capability and competence. So let me transition. Let me put my car in gear and drive. Let's relieve Grand Gila County. We have 15 counties. We have competent Liberians in the US, in the Europe, everywhere else. If you look at the people George Weah is naming, if it's not for nepotism, sexualism, girlfriendism, and stealing moneysm, how do you justify that present lead of leadership in Liberia? You justify it by one thing, benevolent. And Samuel Doe said he's a benevolent dictator. But the mistake that he made is no matter what adjective you attach to a dictator is a dictator. I can call you a humble dictator and call you an honest dictator. What's the key word there? Dictator. You know what being a dictator means? It means you do not listen to the voice of your masses. So if I call you a respectful dictator, does that mean any kind of accolade to you? You're still a dictator. You're respectful to the people who cash in your check and writing your check, but you're still a damn dictator. So it is how you have to transform. And part of the disappointment we are talking about is not just inclusion in government, it's reflection of competence in government. Let's imagine Samuel Doe not there, grand people not there. You have able ministers who are bringing in investments. You have able people leading the different agencies. We see our economy growing. Jobs are being created. Investment is coming. I don't give a damn if it's a Crown Mayor, Kyo Mayor, or Mano Mayor, or Brewaji, Krebo Mayor. I don't care who's there. Liberian people want the right to prosper. We drop down into this tribal breakdown simply because we are trying to say to you, no tribe, no competence, no value, no evaluation is represented. Can you imagine the president of the Republic of Liberia is appointing people who are all calling there? You put a man on radio, the man call you by his but I know about the job business. Do you understand that the first time in our country history, Executive Protection Services officers, 9 of them ran away from beyond the president in France?
They can't come back.
If
9.
you don't mind, I have a follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Real quick, because we got to go back.
So lastly, so our Liberian case is very intricate in a sense that we are all intertwined one way or the other, because I am leaning toward the opposition. I'm a team of more free mind, but I'm leaning toward the opposition. But I have friends who work in the government, and if there is anything I need to inquire something in that regard, I will phone them in, and ask them questions. In that light, I was going to ask you. You are outside of CDC right now. Once upon a time, you were the chairman, but you are outside now. Are there people within the rank and files that you know? Obviously, you're not going to name names, but there are people who you interact with and be like, look, guys, we're seeing the country is going in this direction. Are you guys saying something to this president? What are you guys doing to put this country on track? Because the reason why it makes it this intricate, no matter how you turn it, when CDC leaves power today and someone in the upper position sees power or obtains power, we are all Liberians. If CDC stays for another 6 years, we are all Liberian. The common good here is Liberia. So are you talking to people who you are friends with still, who are aligned with CDC or aligned with the president?
Yeah, many of them. I just talk to them. I pay their rent. They come to me as chairman and say, chairman, now you say the children going to school. And these are people who work as EPS for the president. These are people who work in high-level positions. You know, if you were to have a microphone of truth, if you were to have a true sorrow, it would be unbelievable the amount of people who have government jobs who would tell you that, my man, we have seen the inconsistency, we have seen the ineptitude, we are tired. The brother of the president, and I will not name the one because he have many brothers, come to me for gas and support. And say, Chairman, I think that your man there saw the table because we cannot understand the level of just pure ingrate tendency that is being shown. Now, I want you to show me one or two of George Weah's siblings who are successful in any way in Liberia, who is being supported by him. When you do that, I will answer that question. And the answer is zero. And this is what it is. The reality of the matter is, if you're thinking Liberia, if you're patriotic, you will agree that we all propelled George Weah with the sense that he represented what we thought he did. He does not. In his own family, he does not. In his community of rehab, he does not. I will challenge you, I'll put $1,000 down now. If you do a vote, a symposium vote with people who work in the government, 75 to 80% of them will not vote for George Weah. People who have jobs. Because
there's no secret, George. So his popularity has dwindled because of politics.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you, Stonek. I'm sorry we got to bring other folks on.
I appreciate it. No, my pleasure. Thank you. Have a great.
Thank you very much. You too. The chairman will interact with everyone that show face tonight, and more people coming on. We got to bring it on one at a time because this is the Spoon Talk. This is not the late night politics. Chairman, most recently, before I bring in George Dan, you next. I will be bringing you on shortly. Most recently, the Senate rejected a lady that was sent to France to represent Liberia as an ambassador. If you will follow that story,
yeah.
Today, this month, surprisingly to us, the American government, and I'm just going to ask this question, but I will send you the document. So later on, I want you to speak on the chairman. The American government sent a communication to the foreign ministry saying folks within the consulate in New York and the embassy in Washington, D.C., they have overstayed. The names mentioned, and I'm saying that to James, who will put it up, is very interesting. Fadika, I want you to speak on the likewise. Josiah K. Doma, Kim Deconti Green Kofa, Ellen Sia Seon Mombo, Nenda Finda Davis, Kathleen M.K. Demet. They name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals. I think you got a feedback. Thank you. Yeah, he got feedback. But they named those individuals Al Hussein, saying that they have overstayed and they're giving the government up to the duty end date. One is November 13th, November 7th, August 28th. Who is August 25th? August 2nd. 3 of them, they have passed, and the government of America, the United States government, is saying that they have to send them back. I want the Honorable George Soto to appear for me to continue. James, I just sent it to you. We got to show this up, and I'm going to put this in the. Let me see if Georgie ready. Georgie, you yours?
Yeah, I'm with you. And Stanton,
okay. Yes,
that
sir.
list is not a reflection of anything new. What Liberia has been doing under President Weah is sending family members of his associates. So half of the folks up here are connected to Finabono. No competence, no ingenuity, no ability to impact Liberia foreign mission. These are just family members who have been rewarded. And the U.S. have done a lot of things. The present sanction, if you recall, there's never a time when the U.S. highlighted Liberian diplomats here who had overstayed. This is the first. The third thing you have to look at is when the U.S. imposed sanctions in Liberia, to which most sanctions are even expected, are supposed to be the Congress on the 17th of next month with testimony.
So is that, so hold on 1 minute now. We are hearing the 17th to the 19th. Is that confirmed? for the hearing
that
on
is
Liberia?
confirmed. I've spoken to the necessary Senate committee, and,
Wow.
and that is confirmed. And the real issue is going to be around ritualistic killing.
Wow.
And that's where we're going. And there's a strong possibility for additional sanctions to be put on this government before the election. So now the U.S. have gone above and beyond. And Stanton, this is the first time that you heard the United States of America sanction a sitting government official and clearly state that what should we do for Liberia to take the responsibility for their democracy next?
Are you announcing, I hate to interrupt you, Georgie, but are you announcing that after that congressional hearing, there will be sanction?
After the congressional hearing, there will be sanctions. After the congressional hearing, I'm proceeding to Liberia, where we are organizing on behalf of the opposition the Don't Try It rally, where we expect to put millions of people outside and say, President, don't do it. It's not good for your health.
Are you calling for is that a protest? Fadiga, help me with this one. I beg you, George, hold that thought. Let me bring in Fadiga before you speak. It gets interesting, folks. We got a former chairman of CDC, Chairman George Soto. We're going to take 2 questions from George down. Fadiga, who are you bringing on? After George, who's coming on? I'd like to know before.
Heinz Johnson.
Who, the person?
Heinz Johnson, that is in there.
Okay, thank you.
Heinz Johnson.
Okay, let me bring in George down. George down, your question, 2 questions for us.
Thank you, Stanton. Can you get me clear?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, I have 2 questions for Chairman Solo. Chairman Solo, with all due respect, greetings to Stanton. Good day. I call him the Pepper Bear of Facebook, and Al Fadiga. And Chairman Solo, I overheard from the words that be that you are providing militants to protect our vote in the electionary process for the Unity Party. That is one question. My second question, what is your engagement, your attribute, your contribution towards this political process for Joseph Newman Boakai? That is my 2 questions.
Okay, one, I've already highlighted my commitment to the opposition and the protection of the vote, and making sure that when the Liberian people speak is adhered to. On the second quote about provisions of militants, no, I have the provision of conscious-minded Liberians who are happy and willing to evolve their contribution to militancy, and we will be willing to share our blood in the event that our votes that are protected, that are established, that are counted is not respected. And that's a demarcation between the two. We are willing, democratic, political participants based on the reaction of the powers that be. If your reaction is militarized, we have the skill set and the capability to militarize.
Wow.
Okay, Chairman Solo, I'm an eligible voter. I'm going to vote, and I live in Minnesota. I live in Broken Park. Please, number 1 on that list should be me. I have a degree in law enforcement. I work in law enforcement. I work in security intelligence. So I'm begging you and I plead with your indulgence. Enlist me as number 1. Stanton, thank you for the opportunity to speak to Chairman Solo.
I just wrote your name. You are already enlisted as the composition of the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade continues.
Your Honor, sir.
About this voluntarism and love for country. You are our supreme commander.
Thank you. Stanton, thank you for the opportunity for bringing me on. With all due respect, I will leave now.
No, you will not leave. We didn't see your Cash App last night. Your Cash App, we didn't see it last night.
But cash App for what now? You got to enlighten me now. I wasn't on last night.
Yeah, but you know the guys didn't go in the interior. Damo in 3 countries. I mean, you guys gotta contribute.
Okay, Stanton.
So
Stanton, with all due respect, My cash app will be available within the next 20 or 15 minutes.
That's a revolutionary. We're moving forward now. We're moving forward.
Thank you, Stanton. With your indulgence, with my CRC, can I leave?
You may proceed, at least.
Thank you.
Joselo, you are always welcome on Spoon Talk. We got another 30 minutes from you. I'm so happy it's Fadika and myself and Good Day. We're enjoying ourselves here. But most of all, the Liberian people are celebrating you. You were speaking before Fadika came in after me and Good Day. You were saying something about a rally. It's very touching. I want you to speak to that further.
At the end of September, you know, our people always said, and I continue this mantra through my revolutionary escapade in Liberia, that you don't allow people to make the mistake, because the point of correction is more complicated, it's more difficult psychologically and emotionally than the point of warning. So at the end of September, we want to send a message to President Weah. This election is going to be free and fair. It's not an option. We are not asking you. The Liberian people vote will be protected and represented, and that's why the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade is here. And if you are thinking, attempting, contemplating, dreaming of trying anything contrary to the vote of our people, we are willing to stand up to you with our body, with our minds, with our flesh, and with our blood. And that's what that rally is about. It's for all opposition. It's not about Joseph Boyka. It's about
It's a rally coming. So that you say you will be in Liberia after the congressional hearing. Congressional hearing is September 17th through the 19th or so.
I'm in Liberia on the 20th.
Hassan, I'm kind of concerned about this. Hassan, come in, please come in. Another rally prior to the election?
Yes,
that's a good thing.
It's both a rally to bring out the opposition, to fly on the street to let them know they are protected.
Are you calling Liberians to come out?
I'm calling all opposition. Doesn't matter who you vote for. The word opposition represents change. They represent a new direction for our nation. This is not a Joseph Boyka scenario, not an LA Cummings scenario, not a Tawan Congress scenario. It's a Yeke Koluba. It's just people running in those districts where they are working hard. It's about the simple man saying, I have a big voice representing me. And that rally will be a message to the incumbent, just like we did to Madam Salif. It will be a message to the incumbent.
Do not try it.
Don't try it.
I don't know why people are celebrating this. I'm concerned.
Don't try it. It's not a threat. It's not a threat. It's a political conversation that say we have our rights. We waited for 6 years. We've been hungry for 6 years. We have the ineptitude for 6 years. We have the corruption for 6 years. No, but listen, we've been patient. We could have resorted to what's happening in Guinea and Mali and other places. We've been patient. We have an elections. It's in October. At the end of September, we're coming out. And we're saying, don't try it. It's a simple warning. It's a simple message. So those who have ears, let them hear. Don't try it. The vote of the people this time will be protected, and the vote of the people will be sustained on our blood and our lives. That's all we're saying.
I beg you. Hassan, you apologize. Let me flag somebody real quick. Hey, my brother Hassan. When you am saying, forget what James Good Day. Let's quiz Georgie 1 minute. The former chairman, and you guys know the guy, Samuel Sakama. The man is agreeing with John Solo and said they cannot steal the vote. It must happen. What is happening in Liberia?
Stop calling names. A lot of people might not agree publicly, but privately, I assure you 95 to 100% Liberians agree that when we do vote and we take our direction, I heard Liberian people say, it came my mind, it came my power, will vote for you. That was their direction. I heard them say, you know, Bo, you don't know, Bo will vote for you. And I hear them now say we need a new leadership. And not everybody will be on Facebook. Not everybody will be brave like me or Al Hassan or Good Day to articulate these things, know what could come against them. but 100% of the Liberian people believe that protection of our vote
So,
is important.
Fadiga come in. I am, my big head is swelling. I am concerned about this. This announcement will be sent out, but the people are calling for a rally prior 2 weeks to election. George Soto calling for a rally the troop, rally the crowd, rally the citizen. We are going to vote. Don't put foot. Oh my God, talk to me.
This I want to think I admire about John Solo. He has a revolutionary mindset. Even when you were with the CDC, you are one of those people that give us a hard time. But this is one of the most brilliant ideas I've seen, and this is not meant to cause any chaos. Everybody in Liberia know now. It has become an open secret that CDC on George we are planning to rig the election. What we have now thought about, and I've asked almost all the politicians, is what are we going to do about it? Are we going to sit? Look, George, we are somehow unusually, George, we have gotten away with a lot of things. I don't know why, but I can't see any other president besides George we could have gotten away with some of the
Under the disguise, fatiga of peace. You know, the word peace has two connotations. I can use peace to abuse you as long as I want to sustain my behavior. You know what brought the 1985 coup? That a fake election. You know what bring all the wars in Liberia? That a bad election. We, the Liberians, the revolutionary this time, we are saying the election will be free, it will be fair. We will make sure it is. If it's not, we will start the noise. We are warning you, don't try it. I don't get a campaign beating me. Don't try it. Don't try it.
I think all the political leaders should come because none of them have ever asked me. I can remember I even asked Ambassador Burka this question. I won't say what he said in private, but I know his stance on this thing and what Ambassador Burka told me. I've asked all the political leaders, but let me tell you something. This should be a clearing call to the international community and to everybody that got intention to help Liberia that we know that the government.
Let's make sure that Georgie is with us. Mr. Soto, are you with us?
How are you?
All right. Are you agreeing with George Soto? Fadiga seriousness?
I agree with him 1,000,000%. And I'm asking my political leader, Ambassador Boykai. This is something. This should show the up because honestly, if George we are regular election, it's not going to affect Ambassador Boykai, Cummings, the CPP or something. This is an opposition thing. We don't all have to get together. We don't all have to be on the same page, support my candidate. But we all need to say one message to President. We are look everywhere in Liberia right now. George Weah, it's not a secret anymore. Everybody know that George Weah have lost the election. Look, if you have an election in America today, Stanton, right? We know that George Weah will lose among Liberians in America, everywhere, even in Liberia. So one way to send a message not only to the government but to the international community.
I hate to stop you.
A peaceful election.
I hate to stop you.
Our vote should be protected.
Fadiga, I want you to do us the honor. Look at the page. Look at people what is saying. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try it. The message is not going, and rather to say don't try it. I don't know where you're coming from, James Goodell. I want to bring you in here, and I know you're going to write about this thing.
One thing.
You are finished, but James got to write about this thing on Facebook right now. Don't try to write it. I don't know the time. I don't know the date, but folks are saying this is very interesting.
Look, let me tell you something. The ambassador of the United States of America, Ambassador McCarthy, before he left, this guy had been begging Liberians to do this thing. You know his last message, he said, I made a mistake. I told you that the legislators took 68 million, but it was 90 million. He said, you journalists are doing very well, but I want you guys to question those people. I want you guys to ask them. This guy have literally been pushing Liberian people to do it. He said, American will not come and do it. But you know what? They have given us the ammunition. Where you have seen the ambassador of America, Lena Greenfield, all those people where Ellen were there. Did they ever snitch on Ellen? Did they ever bring anything? Josh Soto, you guys were there.
Again, we will bring back Josh Soto on Monday. Josh Soto must be here every day. I am shocked. Today is the 19th of August, James.
Don't try it.
Let me bring you in. Don't try it. Don't dare try it. Don't put it there. The dare is from me. But don't try it. Imagine Joe Soto saying he will be in Monrovia. There will be a rally. And you know Joe Weah is a friend of rally, though. June 7 can tell you all about it.
No. Any dictator is afraid of the voice of the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. And for me, with the oxygen given to me by God, with the love given to me for nation, I am willing, if I have to be that one who share my blood in the interest of my nation, I want to die in Liberia. It's my wish. Every day I pray to God I should die in Liberia regardless of the circumstance.
Can you take George Soto picture?
Mr. Weir,
Mr.
Weir,
I beg you, Chairman Soto, let me say this.
Mr. Weir,
I beg you.
You know me, I was your chairman. You know my heart. You know my level. We have reached Waterloo. Do not try it. As a brother, I warn you now, when the Liberian people reject you, give us a chance to resurrect our nation. Anything separate of the decisions of the people will lead to the full revolutionary wrath of the Revolutionary Vanguard Brigade. And we will not allow it. So do not try it. Exclamation mark. It's not a period.
James, what you got? Before we bring in house for the guy. What? Listen, this is crazy. I will play this, folks. We need to just play this real quick, and I want Chairman Soto to reply. Don't try it. Don't try it. They will make music out of it. They will put a billboard. James going to share this on all of the pages. Don't try it. Write it.
Don't try it. It's smart thing you not get.
Write it. It's coming.
God been with you. You get a smart thing, take it and give it. Don't try it. Don't try it.
Look, a benevolent dictator, meaning somebody like Paul Kagame, who alone can sit in the room and make a decision can change the country faster. This is what's happening in a lot of the Asian dictatorships where the benevolent dictator just say, okay, you know what, I don't hear what the other people say in a view. I won't build that road and I'll put the money there. Because so now you say you want to build the road, people say, okay, do the land, everybody start democratizing the decision, then you slow. But we need tough decisions. So let's reorient this whole government. The president will now have that resounding mandate for people to be afraid of him. So this is the mandate that you want to give him this December 8th.
You hear that nonsense?
No, not just nonsense. Foolery. This is Honorable Samuel Tua, who is Minister of Finance and Development Planning. Mr. Eugene Nambo is the campaign manager. Anything that I find that I care to Eugene, it doesn't reach to CDC headquarters. The partisans are unhappy. This is the same idiot who said to all, we're giving lead to Africa. Maybe next month we'll be exporting cars to America, Ford and Chevy. Yeah, someone giving lead to Africa now. The next thing we'll import car and send them to America. So when you listen to these articulations, I don't know what the general Liberian person get out of it. But I will pay that man ticket to come to Monrovia to serve as my grievance committee chair when he had Beatrice on. When I hear him speaking like that and referencing Paul Kagame, a leader who has no known property, a leader who drives a Toyota Camry, a leader who have transformed Rwanda economic, politically, tribally, and otherwise, then I get scared. You know what I get scared of? You know why Samuel Doe here was caught? You know why Tower was killed the brutal way he was killed? You know why Charles Taylor is in The Hague today? It's because of their henchmen. It's because the men who have no integrity, who even in the midst of deprivation and hunger and anger, they are politically able to stand in front of the president and say all is well. That is the disappointment we face today, Stanton. You have seen one, but get ready to see more.
Solo, this seemed to I know you mentioned that you brought him, he was driving.
Go ahead.
America, you brought him. But this seemed to I remember back in 2014 when you were ousted as chairman of the party. Who headed that committee, that ethic committee, and Ansu Soni and a couple of other guys. I don't know whether the president was sincere. The president came out at that time back in 2014 and said, you were not given due diligence and you were...
Because I indicated to Samuel Tue that as a revolutionary, I would never succumb myself to a kangaroo court. Because when you succumb yourself to a kangaroo court, you are compelled to live with the verdicts and the working of a kangaroo court. If you have an illegal establishment and come and say, Judge don't want judge you, whether you and Stanton were drinking liquor yesterday, there's no judgment on liquor. I'm over 21, I can buy liquor, I can drink. When I succumb myself to that court, and you say we sentence you to 2 days, I have to serve that 2 days. You see,
What
Samuel 12?
specifically were they going after you for?
That's where they were going after me. And why were they going after me? Because they Joe, we are when I sit down here, you put 100,000 in a Louis Vuitton bag and go Ghana to marry me. When the party rent and pay. Achibopona waiting for me for $25,000 every year. The partisans have to eat. Reds have to go to the headquarters. They have to have vehicle. They have to have gas. He said, Georgie, why you talking about Kenya? The people took my money. I get my money back. I said, I did not come to get your money with you. I came to labor to liberate my nation. If you're looking for your money, go for it to the people who took it from you. When you came here in 2005, I was not here. I worked as the regional director for Opportunity Bank around 16 countries in Africa. I take half of my paycheck, I support my family, I bring half to you. I did not come here to run after the people who owe you. And you know what? He has those people. Samuel to know on a regular basis, he cannot be Minister of Finance. He knows. So that allegiance, that commitment to having something that is not due you, my man, even a lion, when it's raining, lion can look like Pereko. I feel sad for Samuel too, because I believe he had revolutionary tendency, but he's so loud. Any revolutionary who start taking bribe and stealing, eventually your credentials get in the dustbin. Samuel to have no credentials. They use it now, but the campaign manager is the man who brought the government on us on November 7th that we had arms, which we did not. So you see, Joe, we are in his own limbo. The man swimming in his own tawagi suit that he can eat. Am I concerned about him? No. My conscience has always been about Mother Liberia. And my conscience will always be about Mother Liberia. Can't make your money. When it's time to go, go. If you do not leave, if you do not leave, we will disrespect you, we will disrobe you, we will abuse you. Just leave. While you have stolen, leave.
The best gift. Was it ever part? Josh, can you hear me?
The best skill set that any thief carry is the ability to run away before they catch you. And Joe, we are as a thief. Right now, he the Samuel for them. They should be finding the escape route.
Was it ever part of your manifesto that you guys will be in power for 24 years?
No, it was part of my ideology, predicated against revolutionaries like Paul Kagame. That if Joy Weah had not stolen, if corruption was curtailed, if we serve our people, if our mothers were comfortable, if our brothers were in school, if our fathers had good health care and jobs, that the Liberian people themselves, by way of their constitutional right, would have been able to get in the street and have a referendum. And whenever we have a good leader, it is our right to have a referendum to say we move the term limit. You are doing our job. So as a revolutionary, it's always in my psychology that if I have a good leader, I will convince you to do the most you can while you still have breath for the Liberian people. But it's based on the work you do. So nobody say you can't be stealing, loving those small children, disrespecting governance and government processes, and doing everything against our constitution. Then you say you will stay there. No, that Guinea, that Mali, that Burkina Faso will run behind you. If you stay there like Paul Kagame, if you drive Toyota, if you move our nation forward, I can call Stanton, I can call Ahassan, I can call Webmin Library and say, you think we're on course? Yeah, Georgie, economy going, people got job, president doing well. How do we transition this thing? You see, extension of power is always a thought in a revolutionary cycle, but it's a thought related to the examples of your good work. It's not a thought related to force. It's not a thought related to abuse. You know our age when we get current, you know our age when we saw Chatilo, that Joe we are scared of. Joe we cannot, we will not. doesn't even have the character to scare me. He doesn't have the character to scare most Liberians. Because if you're rogue, you're stealing, you're self-centered, it means you are egotistic. If you are egotistic, it means you do not have loyalty.
Who do you think in this government will most likely advise President we have to rig the election?
Nobody. All of them will tell you in the American cars are butt naked, they will tell you they cheat your clothes fine. I was there for 5 months. Look at the disgrace of a minister, Samuel Twe. Look at the disgrace of the articulation. Look at a ruling party that have power, money, and the ability to change the dimension of the country for 6 years. Look at the first election come outside our casket. Look at our president getting in rain. Sun was shining, you get outside. Look at a president who brave to walk the streets of Liberia with 5 of your girlfriends behind you. If Tubman and Tobo had done it, we would have shot them. So what job we are getting audacity
from? Who are those 5 girlfriends?
Okay, the minister of commerce that won, the head of NOCA that won, MPA that won, election commission that won. I will be naming. I mean, just so I can tell you who used to come out with a shoe in the hand in the morning.
Who?
Oh, I'm on top. That your
talking. Oh, what are you talking?
That the woman divorce her. She been loving the job. We are almost 15 years.
Also about election commissioner.
I said, Josh Solo say, my room right opposite the room. She come outside with a shoe in your hand. Tell her Josh Solo say, don't argue with me. Call on spoon. She's a concubine.
So that means our election the money trial.
Oh, but when we be talking, we say we get a revolutionary vanguard brigade. I think we're talking because we're angry. We're talking because we know the inner workings. God give it to Brother Lasana now. And ask her if she ever slept with George Weah. And say, George Solo say, let her go sue me. I will get facts. My room opposite the main room. When she call the man out there, I can hold her until he come. What are you talking about? When you see the revolutionary vanguard brigade form is to protect our vote. We know the idiots. We know the cohorts. Oh, you think I'm talking from the perspective of ordinary person?
I know you know.
So that Supreme Court was all Russell. Supreme Court where Edwin Snow control. Edwin Snow who is presently paying money to ECOWAS. The first payment have been made for them to validate our election.
Edwin Snow?
Edwin Snow. The first payment have been made to ECOWAS.
Which payment? Which payment are you talking about?
Oh, the government is making 2 payments to ECOWAS. The goal is that when ECOWAS validate the election, we'll have international agreement we accept. The first payment have been made. It's $3 million. They pay the first 1.5. Edwin Snow have total control on the election commission. Why you think George we have made Eugene a campaign chairman? These are the cheater emeritus. These are the cheater emeritus.
So I want the folks to understand. The first payment is made to whom? The first payment is made for what?
I'm calling in the first payment is made to ECOWAS. The second payment will be made. After our election, ECOWAS is supposed to have their delegation validate that our election is free and fair. That's what they're paying the money for.
The payment is made through Edwin Snow?
But Edwin Snow leading the whole operation as the head of the Liberia delegation to ECOWAS. Why is it included on George Weah campaign? And if you go to the Supreme Court, it's the man's ex-wife. How you think they will rule? And that's why we say, don't try it. Plenty by you. When you try it, That means God here, we're looking for a way to spare our blood. You try it. We'll die for Liberia. So I just giving you the concoction of the different approaches that this government is using.
We heard that Edwin Snow was out of the country. I think he's back down. Today is the 19th, and he will be leaving again. But we also hearing about the man named Tony, working alongside with Edwin Snow on ECOWAS. What do you know about Tony?
But you say working alongside Edwin Snow, what positive can come out of that? The game have been put in motion a long time ago. Edwin Snow and Eugene Nambo, the campaign manager, now working hand in hand to make sure that the West African bloc, that's why Liberia even volunteered to support that action in Niger. That's part of the commitment they asked for from Liberia. to help with that Niger situation, because there's a general concern among corrupt leaders in Africa. And that general concern is the people have been treated fairly, they will rise up. How do we contain these people? And Edwin Snow is in the thick of it.
Are you aware that President we are supposed to be heading the ECOWAS right now, and he relinquished his position to the Nigerian president?
Yes, but it's not voluntarily. He relinquished his position to the Nigerian president because his election is coming up. And the Nigerian president is beginning to face a World War IV scenario in Niger. The forces that he are putting together, the Guinea, the Burkinabes, the Nigerians, and also Algeria, Egypt, and other critical countries of Buddha have said, don't try it. If you try it, it will be World War IV. So, of course, right now, at this point, if you take that responsibility from Tinubu, George Weah, as corrupt as he is, as inept as he is on global politics and the direction with his own election coming, he will be the wrong hands to put it in. So obviously, it makes sense to keep it with Tinubu. Tinubu just already got elected. George Weah is facing his election. He has a disgruntled population. He does not even have control on his own country. How will you turn ECOWAS to the most corrupt, hidden president in the region? So the leaders, the people who have been abusing us, they are concerned. So they're going towards a safe hands. So it's no news that they will give it to Tinubu. But even a job we had to ECOWAS, it makes no difference. We, the Liberians, we are resolved. And as his brother, the fair warning I can give to him, may the mercy and the peace of the Lord be upon you. The Muslims say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbi Alameen. What you have taken, move on. Don't try it. Don't try it.
One last question, Chairman.
No, you can ask your question, Fadiga, but Fadiga, when you ask your question, just mute because the feedback is bad.
What should be done to the likes of President Weah, Samatwe, if or they lose the election? We know they're going to lose the election. What do you think should be done to them?
I challenge all opposition candidates, because I believe the second round will be even an opposition second round. George Weah mathematically will not make it to second round. So I believe at TV, look at each county. I'm not sure at TV. Look at each county. Look at the numbers. Start to break Lofa, Nema, Bon, Bapolu, Pomi. Just break all the counties down and tell me where you believe George Weah will win resoundingly.
Let me interrupt you right there. Let me interrupt you right there. Again, one of the minister called, I'm not calling that minister name. He have agreed that Nima is gone, Lofa is gone. They are working on bombing on Bon County. Let me be correct. Nima is gone, Lofa is gone. They are strongly working in Bon County, but thing that is slipping away. And Monserrato, they are not sure.
Monserrato is gone. Monserrato is gone by virtue of Senator Dillon 2 wins. By virtue of Monserrato being the capital and the high level of discontent.
Because so they are counting on Sir Joseph. They are counting on the popularity of Sir Joseph.
Listen to me. Sir Joseph is saved by the belt because Costa refused to be consistent. Look, when Liberians vote, they vote for or against. If we have built that formidable force against Sir Joseph, Liberians will overwhelmingly vote CDC out. And I gave you the record, statistically, Dara Taylor, twice in a row. So CDC cannot hold ownership of Monserrato, true or false? 2 elections in a row, Dara Taylor beat them. The most discontent, the unhappy people, the educated people who can read government policies, processes, jobs, food to eat is Monserrato. CDC has no hope in Monserrato. Mathematically, it's impossible.
If you take away Nimba, Bon County, Lofa County, Monserrato, what left?
You tell me. We're taking away Bapolu. We're taking away bombing with Ellis Tyler presence. You tell me what's left. Are you going to, with Grand G, we're cutting out Joker in half? The crime people are no stooges. They're not goats. By the time you get to Maryland, you know what will happen there. You get to to Grand Crew. What's the population of Grand Crew? What development have President Weah cared to Grand Crew? He built one school or hospital there. So when you start to break this down, in American sense, we say mathematically, a CDC victory is impossible. Mathematically. So I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned about people having the integrity to pack their bags.
Before we bring in Fadiga to ask the last two questions, I ask my last two questions. We got to open the phone line. It's 6:30, and you know what's happened today. It's a beautiful Saturday. We got to go out there. But let me ask you, my brother, the folks enjoying you, you have over 7,000. The vast number of people watching you right now from the Spawn TV, the Super TV, the Fabric TV, YouTube, and on Premium 98.1 FM in Boncante, Lofa, Nimba, and those surrounding. They are listening to you vastly. Let me ask you, my dear brother, you call some names. One, David Eto Brown Lasana for NEC. Two, the Supreme Court. Three, folks that are around the president right now making those decisions, Edwin Mervyn Snow, Eugene Lane Nangbe, Samuel Twe. Are those your concern? That's what you're having your rally. Let me allow you to speak to Liberians about this rally in connection with those names that you are not too satisfied with.
It's not just those people, and oftentimes we blame the people around the president, but it takes a hypocrite to raise a hypocrite. The president himself is a political hypocrite. So I'm not going to just call those names and leave them. George Weah, Joel Howard Taylor, Samuel Twe, Eugene Nambwe, police director, SS director. We know where you live. Your families are Liberian. Don't try it. George Manuel Weah. I'll call all you need to know. Tikombla, Chole, Dancing Feet, John Travolta, my own brother. Do not try it. We need our freedom. Liberia need to progress. I'm not just blaming the people around you. I'm blaming you. Clear we are. If you love your husband, you want your children to see their father, to see your grandchildren, you'll leave our nation. You guys have done enough. I'm not coming to this case from a revolutionary perspective, sparing anyone. Anyone who have contributed, and I'll quote Julia Malema, anyone who have contributed to the demise of my people, you are just as guilty as the one who is leading my people. We'll hold all of you accountable. Be prepared to fight like we are prepared to fight for our nation and our patriotism. Or accept the will of the people and move on. Anything contrary to that, we are willing to proceed.
Fadiga.
I got one question from Heinz Johnson. He wants to know, he was coming on, but he got some other things. He wants to know about the monopolization of the ELBC and Lena by Kwame Weeks is at Lena. I know Kwame Weeks. Now the CDC got the whole ELBC providing service to only one party. So what is your take on that issue that they have monopolized the entire Sunday and they're benefiting from people like the Spoon TV, even though they have closed the network down?
Look,
is that also part of the plan?
You know, one of the things about Spoon that you have to appreciate is the transparency. Spoon did not have the right to go and cover CDC rally. Spoon did not have the right to get CDC opinion, but Spoon maintained, and this is why some of us volunteer and contribute to Spoon, is the level of integrity that Spoon have shown in the media space. And I'll give you another example. I would never have put Key Hassan on radio. Never. Even if you say, I'll pay you 5G a month to sustain him, I will not. He does not have the IQ. But you know what Spoon did? Spoon gave him that right to defend his opinion on this platform. And that's the value of Spoon. And that's why I get on. And that's why I feel comfortable. And that's why I call Stanton and I say, what's going on? And say, we need you on. I say, I'm on. Because Spoon have transitioned in terms of the expectation of a local Liberian-based media house. Don't take it for granted. Revolutionaries are here. We are ready to counter you. We are ready to fight you. But the right to your opinion allows us to transition to our discussion. How valuable is a platform when you have no opposing view? How valuable is a platform when you have nothing to fight against? That's what Stanton created. Anybody can say anything you want to say about Stanton. That's my respect for him. He's never asked my opinion. He never stepped on my opinion. He never gave me a pre-interview to know what I would say. And that's the value of Spoon. By virtue of the fact that the government tried to close Spoon, tells you their intent. And when you look at the viewer numbers, it also tells you where Liberians are navigating. Look, my dear brother, I'm not going to be a political journalist or anything here. But what I'm going to tell you very clearly, Alassane, both you and I have the determination to make sure Liberia is set right. People will cross our path. Some of them will be powerful. Some of them will not be. Some of them will have relationship with us, like Ben and I used them for years. But when it comes to that revolutionary call, you have to be willing and able to take that stand. Be who it may. If you are in the interest of the Liberian people, you will applaud me. If you are in your individual interest, you will not applaud me. I'm used to that. I strive on. Because right doesn't have two sides. Right is right, bullshit is bullshit. And what this government is presenting to us after 6 years with a request for re-election is nothing but BS. Nothing but BS, Alassane. And
let me leave. I know you're about to leave. We'll be leaving us soon, but I know we all have some side, and you can choose to answer. You can choose to keep it private. But where are you leaning in this election?
Look, our politics is one that gives you limited choices. I support all opposition. If you put Ellis coming here today, I believe. But would the Liberian people navigate towards message, towards his ideology, his inclusion with the people? He represents a status quo that I have fought for a long time, right? And in all humbleness, does he have the capability to move? Probably. Do I have the guts and heartfelt feeling to follow him? No. When you look at Taiwan Gonglo, capable, able, committed, he was the closest lawyer to me in the Congress for Democratic Change. What we are looking for now is not who's able, it's not who can be, it's who is challenging this guy toe to toe right now. Unfortunately, in our small society, that's what the politics is. You go for the two main guys and you choose the best approach. And for that reason, I support Ambassador Buckeye.
Thank you. Rescue team.
I believe Rescue has the numbers. He has the integrity. I look at his age. He's not going to build new houses. He's not going to love to my wife or ministers' wives. He's not going to buy Mercedes Benz. They probably don't even know what the hell we talk about Louis Vuitton, right?
Doesn't care.
Doesn't care. Not on that level. And I think that's the kind of leadership we need now. I look at Jeremiah Cohn, young, energetic. I'm from Grand Jide County. That brother was able to sit with me and convince me that Liberia would be having the possibility for all of us if they want. Jeremiah Cohn came to my house 3 times. Each of those times he spent 3 hours there. We play soccer, we drink water, we laugh. So I see a ticket in the rescue team that represents me. And in politics, I always operate by values, by my standards. And the rescue team met my standard. I talked to my father, Prince Johnson. He reminded me, he said, but when your pa used to bring you to the parade there, to the PA, used to be crowded in Georgia, that you the one talking. I said, oh, our pa, for true. And then somebody else called me and said, oh, Nema. Prince Johnson is more of my father than crown people who jailed my pa for 3 years that he wanted to overthrow the government. Harrison Pennon and Koda and being 25 Lache in Pele Yara. I'm more comfortable with Prince Johnson. He's my father. I don't care about tribe. I care about my nation. Where will crown people be with all Nima people? You can't go to your home with all passing through the people. The men whom you passing through to go to your home, I made a Mayflower way. What time you reach home? Look, the rescue team is united. Liberia is first. Grand Guillaume Mano, and I say this to my brothers in Nema County. Come out in full. Never have you had the chance. Never have the political gods favor you than now.
The Honorable Chairman, George
you don't
Solo.
have to hold guns.
Sorry to interrupt
You don't
you.
have to do coup.
The folks are
You are on
begging,
your way
Georgie.
to power. Grand Gide supports you. The
The folks are
revolutionaries
calling
of
you.
Grand Gide
We're
support
going to
you.
open the phone line, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Chairman, George Solo, former Chairman CDC. He's here and making the case for Liberia, not for a political party, for
Leave it
Liberia.
open.
We're
And you
going
must
to
leave it
open
with
the
a
phone.
quotation. Anything
Yes.
you know about
Don't
me,
try
talk
it.
it.
Yeah, don't try. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and take calls right now. Please, please, please. The number's up. If you call in, also remember, we got to send the guys up. But if folks want me to do this, don't call for free on my phone with us sending the cash app because just to answer your question. I'm telling you, man, I know that you coming on. And you come here, you send cash out on the door, I will not take you.
Oh, you.
You know, I'm Fatiga. It's so enjoyable. Like you must say having fun with Georgie though.
Oh no, I love it.
Jason Jeru, Prince Maxwell, and look at the numbers.
I know we'll be fighting the other three men.
Yeah, but let's bring you in. Let's bring you in. Your name and where are you calling from, please?
Hold on one second.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sanford. I'm calling from California.
Sanford George is listening to you, but don't forget, use the SIN number and send your cash app. The guys going in the interior, you can help them. So whatsoever it is, send it to the number, but make your case. The chairman, George Solo, is listening to you.
Mr. Solo, I want to thank you so much for that brilliant explanation. And we need people like you in our country to be able to really send a message out to our people. Don't try it. We in support of that. Don't try it about it. Trust me. I was in Liberia the same length of time you spent there. Unfortunately, I didn't get to know you and see you, but then I spent 6 months there. And what I saw on the ground, like you said, Mr. Boaga is leading up the pools. So we are in support. Whatever you want us to do as a contribution, the same way we're doing the cash app, the rally, such a thing requires funds. You can't do all by yourself. So
you know what, you are quite correct. Sorry to interrupt you. We got two important events coming up. The woman, the EPS guy that got killed, will raise some money for his family, and then George Soto will make himself available when he's ready. We got to put the information out there. Then we'll raise some money for this awareness. It's not about one political party. It's everybody. So it's not about unity party or whatsoever. It's about protecting the vote. So don't try. My friend, thank you for calling. Contribute. I got your number. If you do not contribute, I will call you again and I will call your name to the people. Thank you.
I'm doing it right now.
Thank you, boss. Thank you. Let's take the next call. The chairman Solo is here. My friend, good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Where are you calling from? I'm sorry, you are very low.
Washington, D.C.
Your name?
Downtown Freddy.
Downtown Freddy, don't forget the SIN number is the cash app number. You always contribute and you will contribute, but I want you to speak directly to Chairman Solo.
Well, I know Chairman Solo from the time he was a little boy in Lutheran school. He's my next door neighbor. That's my small brother. And I'm sitting here looking at him talking. I'm very impressed. We were supposed to get together in Liberia recently when he was there, but for some reason we didn't connect. But Solo, what's up? I just want to reach out to you and say I heard you.
Bravi, how are you?
Tonight. Thank you.
How are you, Bravi?
Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll take this one again. Our line's crazy. If you get any in Liberia, you should let me know. Nelson Fadiga, if you have a call, let me know. My friend, your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Joshua P.
Joshua P, I was looking for you. The cash app is up. Talk to us.
Okay, listen, I want to appreciate Mr. George Solo for his outcome to this platform. I wish we have many George Solos, in Liberia right now that will be speaking against the ills about the Liberian people, what people are going through right now. The burden on Liberians need to be removed. And only a good leadership can take away that burden and pain that people are feeling in our country. So, George Solo, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Just for
brother.
P, this thing, don't try it. I want you to talk about it a little bit. George Solo coming with that message, don't try it. End the sentence, don't try it, blank, blank, blank.
I think the entire catchphrase there is "don't try it." It's like "don't try it" for me. It's a twofold catchphrase. It's warning people who are used to manipulating our processes not to do it.
Yeah.
But it's also elevating Liberians towards their right to protecting their votes. Because when you clearly told someone don't try it, you have to be ready to react in case they do try it. You know, when a blind man say I will chunk you, he already get it right in your hand,
Yep.
right? So what's your reaction to that? That let the blind man know, yeah, you say you will chunk me, I know you get it right, but you can't see. I get a stick in my hand. When you turn that right, when I miss, this will be the repercussion. And I think when you look at our African polluted, manipulated, abused, corrupt political space, it's important for we the voters to say that name I'm writing on the paper counts. This stuff not about Joseph Boca. This stuff not about Ellis Common. This stuff not about Tawan Congo. It's about we the fathers and mothers who want to see a change.
The land is going crazy, Chairman Solo. Let's take more calls so you talk to your folks. I know Fadiga have calls on his land likewise. Let me do this real quick. Your name, my friend, and where are you calling from?
Good evening, everybody. And my name is Daniel Bondo, and I'm calling from Minnesota.
Daniel, talk to us. You got Chairman Solo.
Thank you very much. Chairman George Solo, thank you very much. I want to tell you a very big thank you because, you know, we look up to men like you to revive this country. You know, Liberia's story is something that it's very interesting, even from research and all of that. The main point here is Liberia must move forward, and regardless of who you support, like your last statement you just made, whether or not you support Gonglo. For me, I support Gonglo, but it's not about Gonglo. It's about Liberia. And I really do admire the fact that you are calling Liberian people, you know, to their consciousness. It's about being awakened. You know, Africa is on a revolution. If you are a student, you should be reading to know that the young people, you know, should be able to take responsibility for national progress and development. So it's not about being violent. There's an action that the brother has clearly talked about, and all of us can listen enough to understand.
Thank you.
That we can disagree. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm seeing that Orlando Chinwe is saying don't try it. Amara is saying don't try it. Ghost say don't try it. Oh, Washen said don't try it. Alio Kamokai, don't try it. Alicia Guitar, hey man, say yeah. Somebody say give me Sam Kwade. Sam Kwade say give me 1 minute, please. Sam, you got the phone number. You got the phone number, Sam Kwade. I want to let you know that come on by the link. Okay, because you need to talk to Let's get our own friend and Pape. Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, Georgie. Sam, thank you for picking up my call. Georgie, quick question. It will be 1 or 2 questions.
But what's your name?
My name is Bud. I'm calling from Iowa.
Go ahead, talk to us.
Georgie, don't try it. If he does, what happened within yourself? Our country, Liberia.
You know, there's 2 things.
I don't know, he went up, but go ahead, talk to us, Reggie.
There are 2 things that relate to a warning. A warning to an intellectual individual means there will be consequences. And when that action is taken, you want me to project what the Liberian people will do. I cannot. What I can project is that we want to protect our vote. We'll do all to protect it now. I will give you the extremes of our people. Our people have led wars. They've got president here. One president is in The Hague. We fought wars for years. When you try these things, the people will respond accordingly. And what will that response be? What I can guarantee you is that response will not be at the detriment of the nation. It will be at the detriment of Mr. Weir and the cohorts. Because Liberians are not idiots. When we have done all, when we have galvanized the masses, when we have sent you warning with hate and love, and we have said, don't try it, and we go to our electoral process and the numbers are evident, and you try it, you are trying the will of the Liberian people. And trust me, I'm one of the people who never desire to try the will of the Liberian people, because it often leads to bad scenario for you. Liberia will always be there. Liberia will always galvanize in the end. But I hope you could go back to the great beyond
I
and
beg you, we
ask
got
some
9 more
former
minutes,
leaders when you
but
try and how it ends.
I want to get more callers in. I don't know if you have anybody, Brother Fadika. Let me take this one person. Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to Liberia. Once the guys in Liberia are ready, let me take this. Your name and where are you calling from, sir?
Oh, this is Sheikh Safa, calling from somewhere in the U.S.
Talk to us, Sheikh.
Good evening, Stanton. Good evening, Hassan Fadiga. And good evening to my big brother, Godier. Ben Bottom College. Capsule and capsule. Capping both ways. My dear brother, I want to say thank you for the stand taking and in ensuring that we have a peaceful election, free and fair election. But there's the thing I would say, Solo, you know George Weah very well, the same way as I know him. You even know him more better than me because you live with him. But I mean, the reality is just surfacing here that Weah is on his way out. And he's doing everything possible to retain power on the planet. But this is the thing. The word of God is definitely going to prevail in liberating Liberia. Look, Sandon, when God is about to liberate a country from a tyrant, the first thing God does is to ensure that that tyrant embarks, get courage and embark on a worthless perseverance. That's what George Weah is doing right now. Getting in the ring, asking for vote, doing everything that he did not even do from 2005 up to today. But trust me, the Liberian people are not stupid. The evidence are there. The evidence are third-order evidence of Weah's failure. Told the Liberian people that he disappointed. And they don't try me rally, which I am a backstage ideologue as well. I support it. And George Solo, you know what time is it, brother? We talk off air. But this is something we embark on to ensure that Mr. Weah doesn't try the election, because it is the election that's not in there. It's the election that's going to get it out, definitely, so that we can revive and relive our country. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you,
Yeah. And no, Stanton, let me make a critical point there. You know, when we talk about divine intervention, more always remember, even biblically, we have to go to the Quran. God worked through men. When the Prophet Muhammad had his revelation, when Jesus Christ used men, where the Pharaoh had to call Moses, who was a slave, to gather rice in Egypt for the time of the famine. The consequences of a leader lies in their people. We, the people, have the inherent power to hold our leaders accountable. And no president in the Republic of Liberia has gone down without a brother, a believer, and an associate saying enough is enough. And I will mention great men like Thomas Kuyomba and other people who said, we will not let you step on our democracy in this way. It's not because they were heavenly ordained, but the direction that they took were in the interest of the people. And let me tell you something. The word of the people is the word of God. The will of the people is the will of God. Whenever I drive, and that's why I stood in front of Boland November 7th, that's why I stood in front of Madame Salif, and I'm standing in front of George Weah. As long as my goal is in the interest of protecting my people and nation, I'm shielded by angels from all angles. So just like the brother said, your consequences will not come from far away. It will come from close to you.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, that this caller.
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where you calling from, please.
My name is Peter Ko. I'm calling from Dakar, Senegal.
Talk to us, Peter.
I've been following the program. What I like to say to the Liberian people is, in 2017 or before 2017, most of the Liberian people have been thinking about this experiment. They thought that popularity of football equated to political success. They thought, a successful footballer could just get international investors, etc., etc. But today, there is a record. For the last 6 years, we are now aware that it is all just a myth. It is not possible. So the time has come for everyone to go to elections and vote. But I would like to use your big platform to just make a request. The opposition has put an unnecessary pressure on the Liberian people, which is trying to force them to have a first round victory. It is not important. Everyone should get out during the first round of voting to go and vote for their preferred candidate. Whoever you for, go and vote for them, because these elections are about first getting Georgia out of power. But we also want to restructure our political class. We want to know the standing of every political party.
Thank you.
So the fact that we are
that's a critical point. That's a critical point to digest on.
Yes, the fact that we are diversified, it is normal. In a country where you have intellectuals and all the young people vying to go for higher study, critical analysis is important.
Thank you very much, my friend.
No, and Stanton, the reason that is important is
to have limited choices.
Thank you.
So we should not put unnecessary pressure on the Liberian people. Let everyone. The only thing a Liberian should not do is on the day of election, don't stay in your house.
Thank you very much. Again, we said thank you. It's good to have you. Thank you. Let's go back to George Solo.
And I agree with him. You know why I agree with him? From my education of Liberian politics, the first round is about conviction, right? I like Tawan Gonglo. I like Ellis Cummings. I like Joseph Boyka. That's a commitment vote. And normally what will happen, looking at this scenario, is vote the candidate you like in the first round. But the opposition candidate that comes the highest is your automatic second choice. Because the goal is this lackadaisical government must go. So I think if you start to go hard, and I've been in that position as the CDC chairman, when you start to go hard on people and say it has to be like this, do it now, you don't give people the chance to firstly vote their conscience and then secondly vote Liberia, right? So if from what this brother's saying, Stanton, it's enough to leave that window open. Vote your conscience first. We're with you. If your conscience is in the opposition, vote it first. And if we
Let's take the last call, Georgie. It's 7 o'clock. I must leave from here. So it's Fadika. It's good having you. We'll take the last call from this person. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you so much, Senator. My name is Rebecca. I'm calling from Moorhead, Minnesota. Look, Josh, I am happy to hear you talking the way you're talking. Senator, thank you. God will bless you and protect you. I just came from Liberia on the series. I have been there for 27 years. Look, Senator, I cry. I sat in the car and I cried for my country. Like I'm talking to you right now, my brother, my voice screaming because I'm grieving for my country. I cried for Liberia. I said, what is this going on in this country? So I cried. Everybody came outside and looked at me. They thought something happened. Where I went at, when they asked me, they said, what happened? I said, I'm crying for Liberia. Since I got out of the country, my first time coming here, and this is not the country I came from. Josh, we're backing you up, Papa. I call your phone. You try to deliver our country. I'm begging you. We want to be back the way it used to be. Please. We want to go home. God will bless you. Thank you so much for taking my call, Senator.
Wow.
Look,
man,
Stanton.
On that note, I want to say, Georgie, you can have it. Wow.
Look, Stanton.
Wow.
Don't, you, Good Day, Alpha Tiga. Look, don't underestimate what you guys gave to us on a day-to-day basis. What you gave us is hope. What you gave us is truth. What you gave us is Liberians that don't have to be connected to the process, yet they are fully committed. And just like this last caller said, he crying, I'm not crying. We adore you.
That's a female. That's a female, Rebecca.
Well, she's not crying, but she's talking in sorrows of joy. And in the instant, we adore you. You know, I'll call you and I'll text you just to check up on you. I say, what's going on, bro? How are you? How's the family? You know what? Because you're doing something very relevant for Liberia. Not because we come and we talk the biggest talk or we have the implementation. You heard all of the callers today. We are united as Liberians. Our nation will progress, and our progression does not include George Weah. I thank you, bro. I'll be available for more conversation.
No, wait for Fadiga to take you home.
Let me get one last
Let Fadiga take you home.
Hey, nigga, proceed.
And the thing, this question has been on my mind for years, honestly. And I know you didn't see it coming, but you have to tell us about this story. Back a couple of years ago, during President Weah graduation in Florida, I know you spent some money there because my sources told me that you did organize that thing. What happened when you took the former President Taylor Children to meet then Ambassador George Weah?
He said he was busy. He said, why should I be affiliating with these people? And I said, you have a historical responsibility. All other presidents, as you proceed to the rank of president, all other presidents are your peers. And the way you treat them and you induce them into the realm of presidency will be what the other president will hold you to. And I'll give you a retrospect of why I made that comment. Every ex-president, in fact, one of the issues we're discussing today is about the death of a daughter of a Chief Justice. Now, I never heard about a Chief Justice in the United States who did not have security. But when you're a Chief Justice, you put the right laws in place so that when you retire, you have that support. And it was my approach with Mr. Weah that if you are to assume to this level of presidencies, all previous presidents must be respected by you so that your presidency will govern the necessary respect. He said, oh, my man, I graduated. It's just about from where the girls, where the liquor. And I said that night to him, I said, man, you disappoint me. I'm going back to the hotel. I'm going to sleep. He said, why? I said, because even in the most celebratory of moments, leadership never escapes you. You should be meeting dignitaries. You should be meeting Liberians now, telling them how you have attained a master's, how that contributes to changing their lives and the political environment. He said, my picking, I want to talk to you tomorrow while I'm drinking. You know too much. And I said, yes, sir. I asked to be relieved. He said, you are relieved. And I left the program. So what you are highlighting, Fatiga, whether it's you or Stanton, is Good Day. Every Liberian have something to contribute to that nation. When you sit in the realm of leadership, you must listen to everyone. You must understand the issue from the four corners of the cubicle. You must be fair. You must be transparent. And especially when we as petition you, supported you to go to school, your graduation is not a mere individual accomplishment. It's a revolution accomplishment that connects to the national emblem. Che Guevara was a doctor, a medical doctor. He fought with Fidel Castro and them in the revolution. He maintained being a doctor. When they got to Havana, when Fidel took power, he said, I will take hold of the Ministry of Industry, Economy, and Growth. He built the Cuban economy because he was a medical doctor. So when you see in Liberia, it's very easy to coerce people to get you to the realm of power. But once you get to the realm of power, like we're seeing with George Weah, your bishop will pray for you to wink and call you and advise you, say, well, forget what that papi, that crazy papi. That's not power. Power, I maintain, is inherent in the people. It's sustained by the people. The flexibility of power is the flexibility of the people. And the anger of your constituents is the anger of the masses. I'll leave you on that one.
The chairman, former chairman George Solo, good day. We want to
Thank
say
you, man.
thank you.
Thanks for coming. Yeah. Thanks for
Thank you,
coming.
brother.
coming.
It
And
was
I know
a
we'll have you
pleasure.
next
So
week,
we
though.
on that thing. We should generate fund for that
Yeah,
thing.
don't try it.
Hey, we on it. We say I was step on there and last time relax.
Anything we do, in fact, in the worry about it, how you got
The
to
protect the vote. Any Liberian want to protect the vote now, you are kidnapper.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, George
Okay,
Solo.
bro. One love.
Bye-bye. Us folks, again, want to say thank you for joining us. A great conversation. Where you going? Where the man? Fadiga. Jane, where your brother Fadiga? Where George Solo leaving? He running to?
He
Maybe
came
he got back.
purposely to embrace George Solo, so maybe.
Man, but I'm shocked. I am shocked. Rally, 2 weeks to election, George Solo is calling for a rally. Come on, Fadika, where you can just disappear like
I
that?
told you what
I
George
got a
Solo
question
going
for
to
you.
say.
Huh?
I said
James,
I told
talk to
you,
me. The man calling for a rally 2 weeks to election.
but I told
Don't
you
try it,
that
rally.
he's not a pro we are, so you should expect all of what he said.
Yeah, but I understand to call for a rally or don't try it rally 2 weeks to election.
We saw, the oppositions started protecting their votes in 2020. They started it with Senator Dillon, and we saw how it was. We saw real-time update from the opposition from their war room as the votes were coming in. We saw it just like what CNN does during elections in America, but it's just like CNN is more advanced. We saw real time, and I think they're going to work on that. They're going to work on it more uh, during these elections. Yeah.
But Joe, why you start listening to you?
Oh, I thought you were talking. I said
Yeah.
I said the opposition started the don't try it or protecting their vote during the 2020 senatorial election in Massarado County, specifically with Senator Dillon, where we saw real-time update from them as the votes were coming in. We saw update from the war room, and subsequently the last senatorial election in Lofa County, where they also had it live on Facebook.
But this is kind of different though. That Senator Dillon, we agree. Senator Dillon, and as he said, Massarado is locked down because of Dillon. But for him to call a national rally or nationwide rally for in the entire country.
It's another form. It's another form of campaign. It will be successful.
It's an indirect hit to this government because opposition from all political party, they're going to come together.
No, they will not take it. CPP will not be.
No. You won't bring that division into it. Now what you must have saying?
Yeah, we are.
No, James. Go back to your driver lesson Uber job. I'm telling you, yeah, man, what kind of picking this up? Somebody was slightly picking you, one slap James. My thing is that while you would sit down here, James, the people are calling an opposition rally. And you say, I care less whether you say CPP or UP or LP or whatsoever. I am saying the fact remains is that, Fadiga, James want to put a spin in this. I would not accept it today.
No spin.
George Soto came on the show, right? He said, we'll call an opposition rally 2 weeks to the election. Don't try it. Say what you want to say. Unity Party, CPP, LPP, and all the P's, they will come together to say, don't try it. That's powerful. To me, fear. The way what George Solo going, my Liberian people, we're bringing back again next week. They will find the date and
Don't
time.
even make it about George Soros, because this is about it will be reduced to something. Make it about the Liberian people. Look, every opposition leader in Liberia.
I'm a friend. I beg you, Fatiga, consider me, please. I am a friend because 2 weeks. My man, let's tell the picking on. He will come out for the closing. The picking trying to create problem here. Yeah,
No,
man.
that problem.
No, wait.
You know, in life.
Wait. No, you will not learn. Wait. I was.
Let's see what you want to say.
I know what you want to say. You want to see people
George
will not participate.
Solo is like 60% leaning towards Joseph Boakai. You would not expect. You would not expect a Musa Bedete team or camp to fully support.
No. Good day, let me say you this. I don't know how well you have talked to a lot of those political parties, but every candidate in this race that is serious about winning knows that CDC have only one MO, and that is to rig this election. That is the only thing to depend on. It's a unanimous consensus among all the candidates, even in Liberia. You ask the ordinary person, we already know the secret that George we are planning to rig the election. So this is something that we can unite on. This is not a CDC or UP or ANC thing. This is a Liberian thing that this is look at it like a preemptive strike to call on the United Nations, to call on the United States, the European Union, our West African partners. Nobody has ever done it before in West Africa. This will be a peaceful rally of every Liberian sending message to the international community that, hey, you guys told us to not fight war. We are not fighting war this time. The only one time we have our voice to be heard. Our voices must be heard. That means George Weah should not rig the election. I don't think that is a call that is too loud to make.
Do you know that there is a bitter blood between Unity Party and CPP to the extent I'm predicting that
this is not about CDC or Unity Party.
Let me just conclude. I'm predicting that even if Cummings will not make it to the second round, Cummings may likely revert to what he did in 2017 by telling his supporters to support whoever they want to support. And Cummings may likely not come up publicly to say, I declare my support for GNB presidency.
Cummings has said it in multiple interviews that he will support the opposition. So if he doesn't,
I'm just saying something. The bitter blood between them has increased. The bitter blood has increased
on national TV that he will support whoever comes next to George Weah. So if he changes it, then we know that Cummings is a liar. If he changes it, but this is not the reason why I want you to look at it this way. You have a point, but one thing I know the Liberian people we should not even make it up a political institution. Let's make this. Don't try about the Liberian people.
No, it's political.
Is it because it comes from George Solo?
No, it is being organized by politicians on a political basis.
No, there's a grassroots movement, not from a political party. These are ordinary.
George Solo, that pastor, that reverend.
Can I come in?
Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, go ahead, Nelson.
Yes, so James, for me, I think this thing is similar to what we encounter when there is this when we have these football matches.
Yeah.
So we are divided on political lines, but when we have a soccer match, especially if it is Liberia versus another country, regardless of our political differences, we unite and we support.
But this is
the team. Don't stop. So similarly. Yes, we agree there are issues with those different political parties and what have you, but from where it stands, if you listen to all of the political actors, the number one goal is that they want to unseat the current administration. So that in itself is something sufficient to unite them. That's what I think.
Nobody's tend to benefit more than the other person. Just to buttress what Nelson
said. Let's go back in history, right? Let's go back in history. The retire suffering, was it not about Liberia?
No, retire suffering was an ANC CPP thing that failed. We know it failed massively. And, the retire suffering, it was meant to be political. This is not political. This is nationalistic. Liberians coming together telling people that we are hearing word that this government want to rig the election. We are tired with George Weah and his people. They need to leave. So If you guys are asking us to remain peaceful, look, George Weah left for the country for the something days. Nobody, you think the people couldn't burn down that city? George Weah, people got missing mysteriously. You think the people couldn't get on the street? People from different tribes. But what the people are saying is we have been patient for so long, so we want the international community to hear all this time that we are going to the polls, something that have been enshrined in the Constitution, that we are going to exercise our rights, but that right should be respected. I think that if any other African country have done it, I think this is the best thing Liberia can do to protect their vote. Besides even having people at the polling stations.
I think Fadiga, you are right. But my fear to all Liberians, I would say this: if for any reason Fadiga, George Soto called a rally in Liberia, the opposition.
Zoom make it George Soto.
Okay. I agree with you. The opposition, the Liberian people called a rally, right? You want me to say Liberian people? Liberian people called a rally. That would be a huge momentum. You get Delon being part of that rally. You get the Yombly forces. You get the Jeremiah Kuhn and Prince Johnson. The people on the front line telling George Manuel Weah and CAC government, don't try it. With the big sign board say, don't try it. These guys then marching on Broad Street, coming down from Ducor, walking all over, going and just marching. And they're not going in a stadium. They're just marching and make this thing 2 days unique. Don't try it. You can have your ECOWAS man all over saying that you are acceptable, but brother, these guys are saying they will not sleep on election night. After they said don't try it, people going to vote. And they are not sleeping. And you hear the man Prince Johnson say don't try it. Right?
Yeah.
Samuka, 12 years defense minister said don't try it. Human rights lawyers, the Taiwan Gonglo, the Sam Kofi Woos, they are telling you said don't try it. Men rising from the grave, women putting on pants and getting on the street and saying don't try it. Michael women, students, boys and girls saying don't try it. My man, Sefini.
It will be a very big event.
It's scary.
I mean, every opposition candidate takes a benefit for it. I don't think I want to benefit one person though.
But ANC or CDC,
they will lose. They will lose.
James, let me say this to you, my Pekin. I agree with you. Maybe it is true that ANC will say, well, we have our retired suffering rally, you don't come.
Yes.
This is geared towards Unity
not
Party, we're not coming.
Yes.
Well, what's the strength of that? Unity Party can govern as a troop along with Taiwan Gongo people, along with Lino, along with Simon Fremont. They can come together and say, don't try it, because they are coming from a neutral position to say, this is Liberia we are talking about, and it would be bad for CPP.
Oh, yes.
If CPP stand with the side of, because if CPP stand alone, they are standing with the side of Joe Weah, and that would be bad.
Imagine your political leader not partying on this thing, that the people want to rig the election. How can you not be part of this?
You know,
two things happening. Before we leave you guys tonight, 2 things happening. 1, election tiring night. 2, this don't try it. This thing, Joe Weah will have a sleepless night. They may call him Joe Weah name, Joe Weah wife, Joe Weah children. They may call him names and saying, we know where you live, we know who you are, you know where you are. Don't try it to spoil this country. This is a caveat of a message that Liberians need to listen. Seriously saying, the man saying don't try it, the Liberian people saying don't try it, don't take it for a joke. These guys, they have their own plan. When I hear some name, it shake me, I tremble. Yes, some names of, Yeke Yakba Koluba saying don't try it. Imagine, Yeke is leading the forces from district number 10, his voters from district number 10 to join the group and say don't try it. Imagine. The man wife and children in Ghana, been all of the country forever. He fearless. And he coming from that point of district number 10 with all his people saying, don't try it.
Simultaneously done across the country, not only Morovia. There's something should be, Liberians all around the country should be made aware that we want our vote to be protected. So this thing should be done all around the country, not only in Morovia.
Liberians we want to say thank you guys for your contribution. Our funds today, we collected nearly $300 again. The total fund collected is 2,200 and change. We want to say to all of you, thank you for contributing to the guys that they will get out there in the interior this week. It's going to be very important. We are bringing you fresh information, brand new information, something that will shake you. When we talk about these things, then people say that lie. But the guys are going out, and I know James Goodey, he's missing them. I'm asking him to go back to Liberia. He's saying, CEO, I'm scared. I don't want to go back. They make giving me a hard time, Fadiga. I begged James all week. I said, go back. He said, no.
Now you say that my only problem, my man.
Wait a minute, man. Say that. Let me go back, my man.
Every time I look on the internet, I see every good go about here. I see about Joe we are at spoon. My man, I don't want you to be showing Joe we are people there.
That's not right. That's not right. The CEO, Madam Titi Kane, have not come to that discussion.
Fadiga, why are you saying that?
Honestly,
the CEO, Madam Titi Kane, but Fadiga.
We need to have a media blackout of the poor guy ERBC. The guy, my man Kwame Weeks, Lina.
Fadiga. Fadiga. This is the Liberian People Network, Fadiga.
Yeah.
Let's say this.
George, we are CDC Liberian.
Fadiga, I beg you, can I finish, brother? Fadiga, let me finish. Let me say this, okay? It is hurting me even more. But the best thing to do, Fadiga, I beg you, listen to me on this one, please, Papa. The best thing to do, Liberians are seditions. Seditions are Liberian. If we say this network, for all Liberia, all Liberians, wherever they are, we need to be fair, transparent. The spoon talk, we can come and make the case. But it will hurt me. It will hurt me to go that limit and beg the CEO, Madam Titi Kane, and say, do not cover CDC. I want to see what CDC doing. The people in the diaspora want to see what CDC is up to. We should not go down to the level. We are bigger.
So let me tell you one of
we are stronger. So let us consider that, please.
Let me see. If I see
somebody asking for the cash out number, I beg you. I'm not interrupting you. Nelson, can you put the cash out number up real quick? Just my phone number, please. And say cash out. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Just for example, Samuel Twe lied and carried this garbage out about Liberia exporting. Look, even in America, there was a media blackout for Trump, especially when you were lying about the COVID. This is an election season. Yeah, these are people that have abused their authority for the last 6 years. This is a man that is struggling and will throw every kitchen sink out there and see which one that will stick. Lying to the people and propagating a bunch of falsehood. We cannot be indulging them by giving them airtime. It's like you are promoting lies and distortion. Why should you even carry a story, lift a story like Samuel Twe saying something? Whether it's true or not, that is lifting of false narrative.
And that's why it is our duty.
It
is our duty to debunk them. We will hear them and we debunk them.
They try to close the radio.
Okay, that is okay. We will not be like them.
There should be a media blackout.
Let me ask you a question. You support Joseph Yima Boaka. It will come a time. Will you tell us the radio station to say Black Joseph Yima Boaka out?
If he's not doing the right thing, yes.
No. The Liberians in and out need to see these people are doing. Need to hear what they are doing.
They are showing
brother.
They are not showing the bad road. And you won't help us show all the bad roads that Joe we are not facing. Show all the mansion.
You are saying a thing, and you know why? And you know why the people are contributing right now? Because Diamond will be in 3 counties this week. Diamond and his team. Diamond get a team of 4 men. But I beg you, Fadiga now. Fadiga, listen now. I know you and Fagon agree on this one, but this one, the people that can insult me, the people that will say the worst about me, I will still show them love. The Liberian people need to see them for who they are.
They are liars.
I don't think it's right for us to shut them down. I wouldn't do no such thing. Samuel Twe can come on the show today. I will ask him questions. I would not say don't come.
Because
the Liberian people deserve to hear them. Damo and his team of they are 4. They will be going out there tomorrow, starting tomorrow. We have sent the funds. You will be surprised. The information, they will be going live. They will be in the 3 counties. They will be visiting this week. And every week we'll cover 15 counties. He just did Lofa. He did Nimba. He did Bon County and Magibi. He going to another 3 counties again. It will be something will shock you. Something is happening somewhere that Liberians need to know. I'm telling you, Fadika, something is happening somewhere Liberians need to know. So I'm not just saying this, folks. I'm really asking you, okay?
Well,
it's time for you to contribute. It's time for you to chip in with your Cash App. The number is up. We will ask you send your Cash App. We need to give the people the information. Riverset is calling. The Western Cluster region from Bapolu, Cape Mine, and Bomi, they are calling. You know what's happening over there? The southeastern region.
I know about Riverset. I got some.
The southeastern region calling. Something will hit you. Believe me or not, this week and every week. Contribute. Give the little you have, $5, $10. Listen, Damo have to go on motorbike. Hey, can you put some of the Damo clip up when he was in Nima County or in Banga City? Can you put it up real quick? Let the people see what the young man is doing. Fadiga, it will surprise you. People hearing Spoon. People knowing about Spoon. The things changing in the interior, in those counties. It's not about Monserrato, Fadiga. It's about beyond Monserrato. People, they are tested to see for a change. The old man and they want change. The first-time voters, they want change. We have to contribute. Everything CEO, everything CEO. No, I'm not CEO no more. When we say these things, opposition, imposition get mad and say, oh, Stanton, you move from here. We will try our best. I don't want to be a minister in a government, Fadika. I'm not looking for a position. I don't want it. I don't want to work in anyone's government. Yeah, but I want the Liberian people to be free. I want the Liberian people to be safe. And I want the Liberian people to have a better life. Fadika, me, I will say this again. I desire no government job. If offered, I will openly announce it. I'm telling every political leader, do not offer me a job. I don't want it. I don't want any. I don't want nothing. But I want the Liberian people to be free. So the government can try and do what they want to do. Fadika, they can try. But we should be bigger, stronger, larger. Senator will regret. Senator will regret his decision to say we're going to close Spoon. He will eat his own words. We will fight. We will give the announcement. The people will hear. But guys, please.
Well,
the network for everybody.
The network.
So I'm finally departing from Liberia to Guinea. And by
Sure. Where you start?
Alright.
Nelson.
Alright. So I'm finally departing from Liberia to Guinea. And by stepping right here across this bridge, I'm in Guinea. Guinea is right here. I'm in Guinea. So Emmanuel is going to cross and come to Guinea.
And I'm going to Guinea.
Be Liberia, Emmanuel. Don't come to Guinea.
No, I will jump back to Guinea.
So I verse, I jump back.
Yeah.
I verse, I jump back.
Yeah, Guinea.
It's just funny how borders, divide us. These are man-made borders, but you see the kids and everybody crossing in between Liberia and Guinea to tell you that we are all one. We are all one. All right.
I think I've been at that border before. I've been there across there.
So talk to us about the engagement. Folks is saying Dama is right at the border. He's back home now. He's taking another trip. We have to bring you the information. When somebody say, oh, this party is winning in River G, let's send the people there. You hear for yourself. Dama will talk to 100 people from River G, and you will know who winning. Unannounced. Not to a political center. Unannounced. So I'm just asking you, the best thing you can do, contribute, send the guys there. That's all you can do. We're just asking you. Right now, From yesterday to today, we're almost to 2,500. The first amount has been sent to Diamond. He received it. Can you call Diamond? Because I love to be transparent. Call him on the phone, and he will tell the Liberian people he's starting tomorrow. This Tom called him. Let me see who's this. Hello. 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 You got love to be transparent. Okay, I saying hello. The person not answering, but they not call over 5 times. So I want to say to all of you that contributed, thank you very much. Continue to give because we have to carry the message. The message is the team have to go in the interior. They have to go in the interior. This is the best thing we can do. You know, when we had James Goode Flomo, he ran away. He went to Europe. Fadiga, you remember that? He was very, very great on the field, but thank God for the men and women that we still have. Aaron Kuben, Chokon Flammer, Nelson Collet, Yekezi Zogbe, Damon Slanger. Who else again, James? Those guys, then they are up there. Haji Masale, and the rest of them. They are up there. They are making the case. We're not hearing you, James.
Dama is on.
Hey, Dama.
I said Francis.
Francis Tikwa, right?
Yeah, the guy who I signed with McGill.
Yeah, Diamond, we are doing this again. We just showed your video. Talk to us about this week, your plan if you can. And also, please announce whether you have received the first amount. People are still contributing because how many counties will you be visiting this week? If you care, you can name the county. If not, that's okay.
So I'm not going
Don't
to
name the counties.
countess because we do not want anything to be staged. You know, we don't want people concentrating people in places knowing fully well we'll be in certain counties. So we'll keep the counties, you know, off the charts for now, but we'll be embarking on phase 2 of our nationwide opinion polls on Monday. We'll begin in another part of the country. Yeah, another region of the country as well. And yes, I can confirm that an amount was sent, and it was sent today. That is to facilitate our trip, you know, to another region across Liberia.
Damon, you get to tell us a little bit because we over time we're ready to go. But tell us a little bit when you went up to Nimba, Bon County, Magibi, your experience. What changed?
Well, generally, it depends on where you go to conduct the opinion poll. There are several strongholds for each and every candidate in the race, but mainly we're not taking down tally, but from the general perspective, there were only 2 candidates who were always being mentioned by majority of the people that we talked to. That's Joseph Human Boyka of the Unity Party and President George Manewia of the ruling Coalition for Democratic Change. There were others who, for some reasons and reasons stated to us, are not interested in voting. They said there is this huge undecided block as well. And in most parts of the country we visited, there are still people, a large chunk of people who don't really know who are those even contesting for representative, you know, seats in their districts. Some people just don't feel bothered. They feel unfazed. They don't want to be, you know, involved in everything that is happening. But, you know, depending on where you go to and whom you talk to, there are several strongholds for several political parties. Like in San Nicolas City, where we were, that is the stronghold of the CDC because the current representative Prince Tokpa is from the CDC. If you go to Banga, where again Joseph Boyka had a slender lead, the current representative there is from the CDC. If you go to Baktala in Bon County, again, that is, you know, another place where a constituent party of the CDC, the NPP, is usually popular as well. So depending on where you go to, like Weyala, you know, the CDC has been active in Weyala through Mr. McGill. So if you go to these different places, you get a different feel, you know. But it is from our own survey, from what we've gathered, it's always been a 2-horse race so far. Joseph Imam Parker, President George Weah, those are the 2 names you hear being mentioned repeatedly by people.
So, Diamond, I know you get your gig coming up tomorrow, correct? But you're not telling us where you're starting from tomorrow?
No, again, we always want to just appear on the spot, you know. It's all part of, not that we feel insecure or anything of that sort. We've been carrying out our duties without fear, favor, or intimidation. But again, you know, you just don't want to give it out before somebody beats you to it. By the time you wake up, somebody is already there. Yeah, so we want to keep it at that.
So how's the road condition, Dama? How's the transportation issue? I heard that you were on motorbike and maneuvering your way in and out of certain district because of bad roads.
Yeah, so the places that we did visit for a vast portion of Nimba County is paved. You know, we were able to also get to Sanikole on the recently dedicated Ganta to Sanikole Highway, a project that was done by Asala Meta as part of their social development, you know, projects there in Nimba County, one of their projects. We were able to have, you know, gone on that road, driven on that road. We also went to Saclipie, where, you know, portion of the road is paved. I was reliably informed that 9 kilometers out of the 21 kilometers that road consists of has been paved, so we're able to drive. There are patches in between that are unpaved, you know, and all of that. But we did see people working along the Kanta to Saclipie Highway, you know. There are other places we had to ride bike because of the mud and all of that, and our vehicle is not an all-terrain vehicle for the first phase of the opinion poll that we conducted. But on the overall, those places that we did visit, you know, there were good road networks, either newly constructed or already existing road networks that were there available to us.
Thank you very much, Dama Slanger. Again, we appreciate you. We cannot wait tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sunday, are you coming up with something new tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, my team and I have planned something that we will be doing tomorrow, and then Monday we'll kick off phase 2 of our nationwide opinion poll.
Right now, I can tell you, thank you very much. I can say this to you, folks that interested, folks that love the program. What I have sent to you, the total amount raised is 2,600 Fadika. From last night up to now, 2,600. So you have the amount for your next trip, and then after we will send those in Monrovia. I know you know how to arrange it because Aaron Kuban and his team will be all over in Monrovia. I want to say thanks, folks. A beautiful, beautiful contribution. The Cash App number is up. Please contribute. The guys need to go up in the interior where the best of the news is. Yeah, Dama, though. Is it shocking to you? Dama, thank you very much. I want to bring in Fadika. Thank you, Dama.
No. Dama said something. Can I ask you one question? I know
Okay,
you
go
mentioned
ahead.
why the CDC is stronghold, but I didn't hear about
But no, what the same thing I want to ask you. He said only two-party name, two
No, but he
individuals,
mentioned
Waka and
areas that the CDC have stronghold. He didn't mention the other people. You understand?
Yeah, so based on data that's available to me, Mr. Fadika, you know,
No,
places
I mean,
visited the first-hand information. You always hear Joseph Waka and President Weah. There were isolated cases, and I repeat the word isolated cases, where Mr. Cummins was given lone votes, you know, in places that we went to, in districts that we visited. Tewon Gonglo did get a mention or two, and those mentions were in Nimba County, you know, Saclipie and Tanta to be precise. He also did get a mention in Sanikole as well, but it's not on a very large percentage, I should say. So, Mr. He was twice, yeah, between Kanta and Bon County. We did get a vote or two from Mr. Cummins. So I'm speaking to you based on first-hand data that I received.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah, this is what I want to.
The entire county, you know, those counties that we visited. So depending on where you go again.
Damo, this is my question. My question is, I know you mentioned Batala and area that based on the legislator for those area, CDC might have, CDC have some strong footing there. Which area did you identify that the JMB team have strong footing? Is it everywhere apart from those areas that you mentioned?
Saclipie, for example, JMB had a very strong hold in Saclipie. If you also go to Ganta, he also led in Ganta, though it was slender. In Ganta, in Banga, this team as well. And he had a massive lead in Swakopmund there in Bong County. He also did get a massive lead. And when it swung again in favor of the CDC in Saninkole, where we were on the Saninkole Main Street, again, it was just the Saninkole Main Street that we sampled the views. You know, if when we went to what's the other in Wiyala in Bong County in Margidi County, the CDC again had a large margin. You know, because again, where we were, you know, the current representative is also from the CDC. You know, Clarence Ga, you know, people voted there again. So depending on where you go to and whom you speak to, and Batala the same, though the CDC had the majority of the votes, but JMB also had a huge chunk of the votes as well in Batala. And what you notice is that the middle-aged and older folks are always leaning towards Joseph Boyka. Most of the young folks, you know, towards the CDC, and then you have another chunk of the younger folks also to Joseph Boyka. So you have the youth being split. But if you look at majority of the older folks that we did talk to, they're all leaning towards Joseph Boyka. So the survey is also a demographic one as well.
That one we're going to bring you in studio on Monday. I know you're taking your trip for you to lay it out because this is very important. You know what I'm thinking of, Fadika? This is exactly what the folks from CNN usually that have to put out the statistic. Dama is engaging the people firsthand. It's not calling on the radio. It's not calling on the social media outlet. It's just talking to them one-on-one. So Dama, we say thank you very much. Thank you very much again. All those that contributed want to say thanks. You have the Cash App information for Dika as we're speaking. It going to 2,600. Somebody says, CEO, don't call the amount. I have to call the amount. I have to appreciate folks. Excuse me. I have to appreciate folks. So it's important for us to do that. But I'm surprised, Fadika, and I want to bring you in. Let's wrap up on this one. Everywhere they went, Jose Yema Boyka, George Manawia. Jose Yema Boyka, George Manawia.
Are you surprised? We've been saying
yes, I am. Yes, I am surprised.
I'm not surprised. You know, at one point, sometime early last year before I joined the rescue team, I thought this was made up and this was set up. But what became concerning to me was every time we open the phone lines, the people call, they keep talking about one ambassador, Boyka one. So I'm like, but these people were in power for some time. Everybody say all kinds of things. These guys did not vote for Ambassador Boyka 2017. Why all of a sudden the shift? Then it became very clear that then I started to pay attention more. And the more I pay attention, you know that if Boyka were going to do a polling between Cummings and Boyka, even in the US, or Ambassador Boyka will win. Every poll online now he's winning. Even in the US. I can't tell you how many people that I have met in the street that tell me, say, oh, my brother or my son or my son, this is what we are doing. It's getting clear and the message getting louder and louder. Look, this lady says something, how do you call her? Mandela Cooper says something. If you are a serious politician, you are guided by data. The data is what guides you. The data is what makes you a relevant candidate. Even in America, if you know the polls, you got your electoral observer to do polling, and they know that you don't have something, why waste your money just to be in a list? Look, it is clear that we must ensure that George Weah leave power. What better way can we do it for us to collectively do it? You know, rather than I think a vote against the candidate that is most likely capable of defeating George Weah is a wasted vote. No, I know people say vote your conscience. Yeah, you can do it, but we have to be 100% certain that George Weah will not wake up on October 11 and George Weah is still the president of Liberia. That would be a disaster beyond every imaginary proportion.
Yeah, but you asked me whether, and I'd like to do my close here, and the other guys will come. You asked me whether or not.
Let me just do my closing, and then I'm feeling everything. So this is my closing. So I'm not surprised at the numbers. Numbers don't lie. For those of you candidates that are in the list in the race just to be in the race, look, this is not a passion trait. This is not something for you to come and show. If you know your aspiration will be fruitless, give it up. Join a rescue team. We have seats in the front, in the middle, and in the back. Space for everyone. If you can't be in the front, we'll put you in the back. But I know some people let it be in the front. I'll give you my seat. You can't sit that in the front. You won't sit down near Ambassador Boyka. He got more space. He willing to take on everybody. Join a rescue team and do not try it. I'm going to be giving my support to this. Do not try it. 101%. Whatever amount that it takes, we will support whatever it is. We will give our people water. If you guys want to eat, but it must be done simultaneously around the country. Let us send a message to the international community and all our partners that mean well for us that we have been patient. We are not using gun this time, but we need to warn this government. This is a preemptive strike against the we-are-led administration, warning them that, hey, don't try it. We will jealously vote.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. So, listen, I'm very, 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 to be frank, I'm James Nelson. I'm so happy for the support that the people themselves say, Stanton, sit back. We're going to support this cause. It's not Fadika, not me, not Fagon, not Dr. Richardson. The people themselves say, sit back, we got to support this cause. The guys starting the next mission tomorrow. They're going to bring us the result. I'm surprised, Fadika. I thought I want to hear Mr. Cummings because he's been there since 2017. And everyone, everywhere Diamond went, the name Mr. Cummings has not been mentioned. I hope what they did 2 days ago will help. I hope them unleashing their campaign team with that amount of money, I hope it will help. But
I mean, we said it in a long time, man. It finished.
My closing number. But something will happen. Because Fatiga, it seemed with less than 2 months to go, are you telling me that nobody can mention the name Cummings Encyclopedia? Are you telling me that in Wera, Bon County, people are not calling Cummings' name? I mean, just for God's sake, who is around Cummings? I don't want to start another program, but that's the truth. Can somebody tell Mr. Cummings what's going on? You call George Wisner. He was your mobilization chair. Now he's second in command to Louis Brown. What's the output? What are you saying to elevate these guys and trust them with millions of dollars? And then what? Maybe I'm talking alone, but Fadika, that's my concern, my brother.
Coming answer your question, the ANC that joke, the CDP that joke, the CDP ain't going nowhere. They just wasting our time. That's why I disassociated myself from them. Cummings squandered multiple opportunities. Cummings had an opportunity to reach out to the Liberian people. He thought he would reinvent the wheel. He wanted to govern without even winning an election. He got people in that not even winning legislative seats. Cummings did not plant his seed wisely. Politics is the consequence are the plan. You have to fertilize them, water them. That's what the Liberian people are used to. Cummings refused to nurture them and water them. He came with a conservative or something. Nobody care about you. You want to be president. The Liberian people did not ask you to rescue them or fix anything. Fix or what it is. Nobody asked you. You left from here and went to Liberia to become president. Nobody asked you. If you knew this is what you wanted to do, you know exactly what to do to be president.
Let's bring James today and Nelson for us to go.
I'm not even thinking.
My picking want us to go play basketball. So let me run. Yeah, don't run very quick. James, you go first, and Nelson will take us home. James, only 2 names, 2 parties that people talking about: Nimba, Bon County, and Magibi. Why?
Because Cummings disassociated himself. He got in bed with people who put him in a dark cloud where people cannot go around. And he failed to associate with those who will market him the right way. He's around people who think that they are entitled to whatever they're getting from him.
Wow. Wow. Nelson, you're in Liberia. More information will be. I'm not beating on Mr. Comey. I'm just disappointed that folks is not helping him. Again, I hope you're understanding me, my brother Fadika. I'm disappointed. He have tried his best. You know, to me, he's a decent man. I respect him. And people would think otherwise. I do respect Mr. Cummings. I get outside of me that I respect Clarence Moduba and Mr. Cummings. I think, you know, but Mr. Cummings has folks around Mr. Cummings don't even believe that he ready in this race. Nelson, what say you? And Fadika will take
Yeah,
us home because he really want to have the last word. Talk to us, Nelson.
yeah. For me, I think with all of what we getting, all of the indicators, it just speaks to the fact that Mr. Cummings and his team will have to work harder. Uh, we we have a little close to a month and a half still into the campaign process. I believe that if they put in more work, there's still a possibility that maybe the CPP could do better. But looking at where we stand now, the CPP is still way behind. They're behind the CDC. They're behind the Unity Party, and it is even amazing to know that the Dr. Clarence Monaba, who just came from some opinion polls, that the Clarence Monaba will perform more than the very CPP of Mr. Cummings that has been around for a very long time. So I think they need to work harder. But as it stands now, no.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. If you got anything, Fadika, you can take us home. I hope folks will understand that we'll be back on Monday. Are you guys doing the late night tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. I think James said he will be joining you guys. We got one picture for you. For James, you say you will join them. Fadika, we got a picture for you real quick. I want to show you this. Fadika. Don't mind. I've answered you 3 times. You didn't answer and you still calling. I beg you, my friend. Let me go eat my kidney beans, please.
Yeah,
Fadika, I want you to see this real quick. But my big, you put it up again, Nelson. I think this is it, right? No, that's not diesel. No, this is it right here. Look at. So I want folks to understand that James Kude, he can drive in Liberia, but he went to the people country and they say he will go to driving school. The man went to driving school.
That driving we get do in Liberia there.
But wait now, let me explain the story. The man went to driving school.
We get move cars.
I'm very surprised that James got himself a beautiful car and he will be doing Uber. I am shocked. Fatiga, James is a car owner and he will be driving Uber.
I road test here. I went and filled the road test. I met one paper there. The web picking filled the paper. He said, "My son, I started driving before you or even your parents were born." Why do you come disgrace me that they won't have paper? All the driving the picking failing 5 times. So I told him, I said, Papa, you need to pay attention. Forget about that labyrinth thinking. The Papa going looking, he can't low, he actually poop.
Yeah, but you know what I'm thinking about though? James is going to this one we want to talk about it on Monday. James is going to the driving school, right? And he is going to the driving school and he got a car and he driving Uber. He making more money.
Before you drive here, you must get a lesson first.
James making more money.
I'm not in English or in what kind of
is it English, James?
Yeah, the book is in English.
Category, yeah.
No,
but Fatiga, I'm happy for James.
The B category.
Fatiga, I'm really happy for James.
That test, I need to read that book.
James gonna own. You know why I'm surprised? James gonna own a European driving lesson, and he can drive cross border. They met from festival. Lofakante. James is owning a car in Europe. I want all the beginner that know James in Liberia.
Representative. Don't be surprised.
Sakama said James owing an international lesson. Is that right? That's pure international lesson. That pure international lesson. I mean, I'm happy for James, man. Folks, I want you to call James. Call James, and he will say
Let me do
something.
the test where I pass.
James making a lot of money. Yeah, call him like help. James, I hope you can help your friend now.
That way, when I get the money, I will help them.
When you get
And
it,
one of my boss graduated today, he get full AA.
yeah, Chocon Flama.
Choco get full AA.
No,
Yeah,
the
he got
man
another.
get
Oh, so he got more
He
AA
get
than
full.
Fagon. Y'all put Chocon picture up. I beg you, Nelson, put it up.
Don't mind James, you.
Nelson, put the picture up.
Nelson, let me send you the picture.
Okay, yeah. Just
So Chocon,
They may get full.
So Chocon got 4 AA more than Fagon because Fagon got 3.
No, Fagon get full.
Fagon got 3.
He get full.
Oh, so
don't mind James.
Nelson, I said it to you.
4 AA ambassador.
Why you put
Choco
go
get
to the
full.
ambassador?
And Choco doing 1 AA in Chinese.
In Chinese?
Yeah, they teach it Chinese at UL. He doing AA in it. I think he should be in his final year.
So he can
Choco
speak Chinese?
Yeah, Choco can speak Chinese.
Janja home.
He can speak Chinese. The day he called
4 AA ambassador.
Yeah, 2
they make
AA
a full.
ambassador.
He get 1 in petroleum engineering. I think plenty.
So the man took Fagon advice.
Choco graduated at a very early age. By 20, I think by 2012, he had his first AA.
But James, we say, you got Patrick Oka picking at you, James. Patrick Oka say, James, the lady in the comment section said you are ugly. What's your response, my picking? Please remember, I am on your side. But what I say, but put a picture up that we gotta go. Hey, look at Choco.
Oh, I think they may inbox me or he sent me a message on WhatsApp. I think I saw that picture.
Yeah, Choco my picking with that James man.
He working with the station
James,
there.
James, you contributed to him?
That's my ball. We will compare notes.
Oh, you see that pure fly.
I'm waiting for the 5th AA.
That pure fly, you compare notes. All right, folks. Everybody that donated, we want to say thank you very much. We want to say thank you very much for all your donation. Tom Doman, he donated $50. We want to say thank you. Let me just call a couple of names for Dika, then we'll go because it's very interesting. Some of them don't want us to call their names, but again, you know how it is. We have to acknowledge. Should I call their names? No?
No, don't call
I think it's not okay.
Don't call their names?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So I want to say thank you, guys. And I will look forward to the late night program. Have a good one. And may God bless you. See you on Monday. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. James, I made green beer. When you get call beer.
I want you to be calling me uncle.
You all right. Yeah, man, but I think it's been a
we call our man on the show to tell him congratulations. Let me see whether he's sleeping before we go.
But why you bringing 4 AA behind me?
But you don't even know. After you said the man get
you want put the man means if I go in the scene.
You can get it. Wait, I will convince him. I hope he's not listening, or somebody will not tell him. I will convince him to name all his all the views that he get it and then share it with you. Okay, ask Aaron. Aaron will better explain.
You calling him?
Yeah, but I think he's sleeping.
Yeah.
Or his internet is off. You can call him direct.
The man is very social, so especially on the graduation day like this, you know Trocon, so don't start calling me right now. Yeah.
The way Pastor Mel bluffing Benny, I know Trocon gonna be putting pen all in his pocket.
Yeah,
but you know that Trocon got AA engineering. How you call it? Engineering.
Don't can't discuss it, man. Just the other story. I take it. A long story there.
Even you like you get 2 AA. You deal with that.
I mean, let me tell you, radio students, you get a big problem here. folks, we want to say thank you very much for following Spoon Talk. Thanks for making your contribution. Oh, Mama, you come back.
Mama,
Thanks for making your
you doing
contribution.
a late night show?
Yeah, Alain, are you coming on tonight, right?
Mama, you came physical for me after 2. Tomorrow, I gotta go to work.
Yeah, but
Tomorrow,
come for 30 minutes. Let's do.
yeah, tomorrow. That the whole thing. When I started for, they used to give me day off on Sunday, but now, if you lucky a day off for on Sunday, then that's it. Like they coming with my day off is way on Thursday. All right, bye-bye.
The game's greatest star,
What I want? Yes, what you about today? Yes, what you about today?
Thanks for joining us tonight on Spoon Talk. You can join us on Monday for another edition of the program. As you know, Spoon Talk is Liberia's most informative talk show on radio and online. This is where you get factual information about Liberia. Thanks for always making up time to be here. So you can join us Monday for another edition of the show. Better Still will be here tonight, coming up very shortly in about an hour from now with the late night politics on Spoon. Until then, have for yourselves a good night and bye-bye for now.
Skibidi-bidi-dabado.